Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. House.com. All right, and we have YouTube with us. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, so head on over to Grand Coffee House and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. But you have to use a code, and that code is Coffee in Tow 20. That's Coffee in Tow and the number 20. And the tow is TOE. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Good morning, fan base family. Ja Rastafari. What's up?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How you feeling today? Top of the world? You better.
I'm getting better. I'm getting better. You hear the sexiness coming back?
Yeah.
It's coming back a little bit, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
That mesmerizing voice is coming through. I hear it. I hear it.
How are you this morning, Moment?
I'm on top of the world today. Grateful.
Sounds good.
Grateful. You know, I can't control what's going on around the world. I can only control how I react.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's all I can do. So good to be here another day. We give thanks, heart of gratitude, and we push on through, So got a lot lined up today, John.
Okay.
A whole lot lined up today.
We have some thunderstorms and rain going through, so my Wi-Fi is going in and out. So just to let you know.
All right, that's okay. That's all right. More rain. Ooh, what y'all doing over there in Texas? God has said I gotta wash y'all out over there. I don't need a proper cleansing over there.
You already know.
You need a serious cleansing over there.
You already know.
Yeah, but we give thanks. We give thanks for everything. We need the rain, right? We need the rain to. It's cleansing. It's refreshing. It's replenishing. It's nourishing. It's all of that. All of that. Yeah, so good to be here. Morning, James. Morning, AT. Morning, Johan. Morning, Janet in the audience below. Welcome to Coffee in Tow.
Morning.
Morning. How the weather up there in Canada? What Canada going with, James? What's Canada going on with?
It is cold, but here in Javed's voice, warm up my soul.
See, Ja? Yes, you gotta come on. Keep doing what you gotta do. Get that voice back. It does warm us all up. Yeah, James. After all. AT, good morning. Johan, good morning. All right, you know what? Let's get going because we have Ja, do not knock me. Don't knock me. We have 37 stories. Yes, don't ask me. It's like I couldn't. And guess what? I loaded up the website. Yes, AT, loaded up the website with some stories from yesterday that we were not able to cover. Also with the stories that we covered yesterday. So that way, if one is not able to listen to this show, but they want to see some of the stories we covered on the live show yesterday, head on over to the website and coffee in tow, that's coffee in tow, TOE.com, and go to the page that says there's more. So more stores from around the world. And you will find stores out of the Caribbean corner, Las Noticias, stores out of Latin America, international news, stores out of North America, business and technology, health and science, and lifestyle. So we updated the page yesterday. We also updated the page with yesterday's episode of Coffee and Joe. So you can head on over to the page, play catch up, and you will see past shows but from the date we started the live on YouTube, the 8th of January. Not the date we started Coffee and Joe, just the date we started the YouTube live. So we have all the episodes there. And then you can hop on over to the shop page. And on the shop page, you can indulge in products from lormelskinfood.com, owned by one of our very own Tasha. And then grantcoffeehouse.com, where you can start your shopping, right? Get 20% off all coffee products. Yeah, 20% off all coffee products. And just all you have to do is use the code coffee in tow 20 at checkout. All right. And yes, we have merch coming soon. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned, stay tuned, stay tuned. All right. I think I run off my mouth enough. Time to go ahead and get started. And as always, we kick it off in the Caribbean corner. There are some stories coming up that are I found a little concerning. Jamaica, I'm talking to you. We need a serious reprogramming. And I'm sure you have seen the stories, James, but we soon get to them. We need some serious reprogramming. Um, yeah, yeah. We need some psychological counseling. hmm hmm Yeah. All right. So anyway, without further ado, why do I always say that? You know, when you listen to speeches, without further ado. All right, first up out of the Caribbean corner, the ugly natural phenomenon totally decimating the Caribbean's white beaches. This article comes to us courtesy of www.islands.com. The inviting white sand beaches and aquamarine inshore waters of many a Caribbean isle are now foul smelling lagoons, laden rather with noxious, decaying seaweed. Sargassum is actually a naturally occurring algae that blooms in the warm waters of the Sargasso Sea, which is far out in the north central Atlantic Ocean. But industrial and agricultural pollution running into the Atlantic from rivers on four continents is contributing to significantly elevated levels of nitrates and phosphates in the sea. And those excessive nutrients are creating bumper crops of sargassum. Thanks to the circular currents of the Atlantic, these giant mats of seaweed are delivered to the doorsteps of some of the best beaches in the Caribbean, where the seaweed washes ashore and rots in stinky blobs that keeps tourists away from the water. Sargassum in normal amounts is a good thing. The seaweed, kept afloat by little gas filled berries, provides important habitat for everything from fish to crustaceans like crabs and shrimp. But when ocean currents deliver unnatural amounts of sargassum into the calmer waters of the Caribbean tropics and it ends up in the shallows over seagrass, it can become very problematic, both for the environment and the Caribbean's vital tourism industry. It can block the sunlight from reaching seagrass on shallows, flats, inhibiting photosynthesis. As it nears shore and decays, the algae turns the water a rusty orange and the stench is palpable. So, when we talk about environmental issues, when they are having these um, meetings, these international meetings, and SIDS, small island developing states, are impressing upon developed nations that they need to be more responsible. Here's an example of why. In the Caribbean, we're known for what? What's the number one product in the Caribbean? Tourism. Tourists flock to the Caribbean from all over the world, especially when it's winter in their countries, right? And yes, some parts of the world have winter at a different time of the year than we do here in the US or Canada or England, right? So they come to the Caribbean to enjoy the sea, the sand, and the water, in addition to our culture, so on and so forth. But we feel the brunt of it when developed countries do not do their part by being responsible. Is it that they don't care? As long as they are considered first world countries and they'll do whatever it is to maintain that status. Well, we cannot stop impressing upon them the importance of balancing the ecosystem, of respecting the islands that rely heavily on nature to make their money, to look after their economies and their people. There needs to, I don't know if there's, but you know what? This is the great USA, so I don't know what we can expect right now for the next 4 years, because everything is being dismantled. Everybody that is, when I say body, I'm talking organizations that is there to see to it that certain standards are maintained. Those are being gutted, ripped away, dismantled, broken down, discarded, whatever. But it is important for companies to understand. Find alternative ways of getting rid of your waste. Do not let it into the ocean. James, we talk here all the time. I know your biggest concern is the cruise ship industry. So can you imagine? We have the cruise ships that come to the Caribbean with their waste. You have industrialization pumping waste into the ocean. And it affects the food we eat, yes, because we do eat seafood, right? So everything gets affected. Companies, we are asking you, please, to do better, because the owners of these companies are the same ones who flock to the Caribbean. We spoke about St. Vincent and the Grenadines yesterday, becoming a destination of choice when we talk about yachting, right? So if you all who own your yachts, who own these companies, destroy the ocean and the life within the ocean, where are you going to go with your yachts? Let's do better. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, but the cruise ship, do you know if they still dump their waste in the ocean? Because
I'm not 100% sure, but
I know they used to.
There's
But
some level of pollution.
no, I'm talking about like washroom waste type of stuff.
That type of waste. You know what? I'm not sure.
I know they, but just imagine these mega ships, like these ships that carrying 8,000 passengers. Just imagine like them dumping out on every trip. They're dumping out all of that stuff in the ocean. That cannot be good.
No. Yeah. Who monitors them? Who sees to it that they are upholding a certain standard or abiding by whatever maritime laws there are, if there are any maritime laws that they have to adhere to?
Yeah, because I know back in the days they were able to just like dump it out in the, like when they go away out deep in the ocean, they're able to dump it. But I don't know if that's still the case or they change that practice. But that would not be a good thing.
Boy, James, and not only that, there's so many things get affected. So we talk about the beaches, right? But what about the fishermen who that is their livelihood? When we destroy the ecosystem in the water, the marine life, and that is not just the fish and the crustacean, But the seaweed and the seagrass that's there, the coral reefs, you know what happens? The fishermen have to go further and further out. Everything gets affected. Everything. Yeah. All right. Hopefully we can, if they care. If they care. That's the next thing. If they care. But and we have a hand in it too. You always hear me say when we're pointing one finger, three coming back at us. We have a role to play as well. And it says our voices can be heard through our spending habits, right? If we scale back on certain things, it will force them probably to scale back on production, but it means we have to turn down our consumer behavior. We buy things we don't even need. We see it, we like it, we buy it. We don't need it. I Until we get to the place where we only purchase what we need, I think, yeah, it's going to be hard to change how companies operate because they say as long as there's demand, right, they're going to supply. Hey, just
So I just looked up because you know me in the university.
yes.
Regulations and guidelines for wastewater disposal. Cruise ships must comply with strict regulations and guidelines when it comes to wastewater disposal. The International Maritime Organization has established the MARPOL, which is MARPOL Convention, which sets forth rules for the prevention of pollution from ships, including those related to wastewater disposal. So there's an IMO, International Maritime Organization.
Okay.
And it also says that they have a guidelines for treatment and disposal from passenger ships, which includes requirements for treatments of systems, monitoring, and reporting. And in addition, many countries have their own regulation and guidelines for wastewater disposal in territory waters. So IMO, International Maritime Organization.
Okay, good. I'm glad you looked that up. I am so glad you looked that up, Ja. Now, are they doing their job in monitoring and seeing to it that, yeah, everyone is playing their part, being responsible? All right. Thank you so much for that information. Our next article: EU partners with IDB to boost digital innovation in Belize with a US $2 million grant. This article, courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly.com. The European Union is granting US $2 million to support the expansion of the digital innovation to boost economic development in Belize, which is financed by the Inter-American Development Bank. This initiative is a central part of the Belize government's comprehensive strategy to drive digital innovation and transformation across the nation. The funding aims to accelerate Belize's efforts in fostering technological growth and enhancing economic development. The EU said that the non reimbursable technical cooperation will complement the existing US 10 million IDB loan program, which seeks to advance the digital transformation of firms, promoting growth and increasing within Belize's economy. I look at these stories, good and bad, double-edged sword. Going digital makes life easier, right? You don't have to walk around with money. It's easier to do transactions. If I need to send money to Ja, I can either do a wire transfer electronically from the comfort of my home on my device, or I can send a Zelle. If I need to send money to James in Canada, it's an easy one, two, three. By the way, as I said, Canada, James, things have really changed. I have a I have family in Canada. So one of my uncles up there, he was sending some money for my boys for Christmas. And as he does every Christmas from them little bit, you know. But normally he would money or a bank draft. He would mail a bank draft to us. But this time he said, okay, he's going to do a wire. So he went to the bank and they told him he doesn't need to come into the bank. Just go on your computer and do the wire transfer. Yeah. And just like that, boom. So they have made it easier. The days when used to have to go to the bank and have someone do the wire transfer for your fill out form and yada yada. Them days are done. Ease of access. So AT says the push for digital is a quiet push for tracking. Yes, I'm glad you brought that up because that's the flip side. Because that's the downside for me. Now they can monitor you. They can not only monitor you to see what you're doing with your money, but they watch your spending habits too, right? And you can't tell me to them now sell with information because you'll be going about your business, doing your things on your computer, and all of a sudden you start seeing ads coming at you. You never solicit nothing, no. You're man in your business, doing your thing, and boom, here come ads relative to what it is that you're doing. Mhm. So there's no privacy. They're able to access your information, audit you without you even knowing, which I think is a violation. But what do I know? What do I know? So while there is the safety side of it, where you have to walk around, especially if you're in the Caribbean, right? Or in Africa too, where the value, the exchange rate. So here you can walk around with $100 US bill or $20 notes, right? For 100 US. You convert that to Jamaican. That's 15,800. Who wants to be walking around with so much cash in their pockets? Nobody. So that's the safety aspect. But as AT highlighted, there's a flip side where you lose privacy and you are being tracked. All right. We hope for responsibility. That is what we responsible behavior. Wishful thinking, wishful thinking. Yeah. All right, next up, soaring gold prices entices Canadian company to renew permits in Guyana. Bye. What's up, Canada 101 down with us in the south here. All right, let's get into this one. And it is courtesy of KTURnewsonline.com. A Canadian company, Goldport Corporation, the 100% owner of the Groet Gold Copper Project, located in Essequibo, had their mining permits renewed last year for 5 years. Goldport made the announcement in September 2024 that the government of Guyana, through the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission, granted the mining permits, which covers 1,384 hectares, which will now remain in effect until July 2027. During this 5 year period, the company has the option to develop the project and convert the mining permits into a mining license. The project is strategically located 64 kilometers west southwest of Georgetown, the capital of Guyana, and 11 kilometers west of the Essequibo River, a major transportation route in the country. Notably, in its September 2024 press statement, Goldport said that it had recently completed a review of the project in light of soaring gold prices that were seen last year. The project boasts an inferred mineral resource estimate of 1.57 million gold copper equivalent ounces. All right. I have a question. These gold mines, when they do the excavation, is it similar to what happens with a bauxite mine where you have now these deep holes, these huge craters in the ground and they're just left there? Is it the same thing that happens with these gold mines? And if that's the case, what happens when you finish when you have exhausted a particular area? You just leave it as is. You don't try to make it safe. Um, you don't try to level out the ground. Nothing. What normally happens? I'm curious to know. And the reason I'm bringing that up, I remember we had a story, was it last year or in the early part of last year, if I'm not mistaken, in Jamaica, a bauxite mine, they were done, the bauxite company was done with that area, and a school was built right next to the mine or where they once mined. And it's just this open crater, this hell of a crater. How are governments of countries ensuring that once these companies are done, that they return, or you can't return it to its natural, to its original state, but at least make the area as safe as possible? How do we do they have such a board in place? That's the next question. I hope they do. I sincerely hope they do. You know, Mon, good afternoon, Adesoji. Forgot it's
Good afternoon from His Majesty's Kingdom. And
what?
long may he rule over us.
It's 2 p.m. your time, approximately 1 minute to 2.
Very
Hello,
much. Yeah,
Adesoji.
yeah, good afternoon, Lady Ja. How are you doing? How's your I hear your throat is doing better. That's
Does it sound good, Adesoji?
oh, it sounds brilliant. You hit all the tones right. Thank you.
We have to go, we definitely have to bring back Days After Dark, so we can have Javette use that voice on Days After Dark. People must say, I wonder, hold on, this is Days After Dark or coffee.
That would be a thrill for us in England.
But at that time, you ought to be sleeping. 10 o'clock at night is what time for you.
I'm sure
Uh,
that's enough motivation to keep us awake.
It's good to me.
yeah, but back to this one. I'm just curious to know um, what happens. I've never, why am I doing this? Why am I beat up my head for? There's Google. Oh, why am I forgetting? I want to see an image. What does can I spell to backside? A gold mine look like? Because after
Fort Knox.
so that's what it looks like. I'm seeing some images here, very disturbing, and they just so you mine the gold. So it's very similar to a bauxite mine. You extract what you need, and then you just leave these huge craters in the ground.
Oh, I thought it looks like Fort Knox or the Bank of England's vault. Where the golds are neatly stacked up, and you can walk through them and admire your stolen wealth.
This is disturbing. This is truly disturbing. We need to do better. We just have these holes. Is it the same thing in Africa? These holes just left in the ground, and no, the government don't ask these mine operators to do something about them.
Qualified question: who is we?
yeah, yeah. Thank you for bringing me back to reality. I appreciate that. All right. Ghana, I sincerely hope that you're going to see to it that Goldport Corporation out of Canada does the right thing. And I'll just say
Oh,
the right
them
thing.
again. The gentle face of imperialism.
You
Oh,
see what
wow.
you notice James is
Canadians.
quiet. You see how James quiet because he knows that we are a robot theme country. You know? Lord have mercy. All right. Next up, we're still in Guyana. Huh. I find this one interesting. Guyana and the United States to deepen national security partnership. This we only have deepening relationships or partnerships when there is something that the United States can benefit from, something that you have in your country that the United States can benefit from. We don't waste time. I keep friend with people who no serve us no purpose, right?
And he's never working together. It is deepening. Mm.
All right, we go ahead and get into this one. According to Caribbean National Weekly, according to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, Guyana and the United States have committed to further strengthening their strategic partnership with a focus on enhancing Guyana's national defense capabilities. The two nations reiterated their shared dedication to mutual prosperity across key sectors, including defense and economic development. Foreign Secretary Robert Prasad praised the collaboration during a reception dinner celebrating the graduation of the first cohort from Guyana's National Defense Institute on Friday. In partnership with the William J. Perry Center for Hemispheric Defense Studies, the National Defense Institute graduated 40 ranks and officers from Guyana's joint services. This comprehensive course provided graduates with critical knowledge and specialized training, enhancing their ability to safeguard Guyana's national sovereignty against threats such as drug trafficking, transnational crime, and illegal migration, as well as the concerning rhetoric emanating from Venezuela. Yep, the same Venezuela that owns the Citgo gas stations right here in the US. Oh, sorry, I said that loud. I apologize. I should not have said that out. Well, according to Secretary Prasad, this collaborative effort exemplifies the strong partnership between the governments of the United States and Guyana. Our relationship is characterized by mutual respect and a shared vision for a secure and prosperous Western Hemisphere. The United States wants the Western Hemisphere, besides themselves, to be prosperous. Just asking. Really? Stop moments. Behave yourself today. You're going to be good. Not going to get yourself in trouble today. Mhm. Carefully, you have to put yourself in timeout. All right. Interesting indeed. Next article. So for the next two articles, the next four articles are out of Jamaica, and I must let you know the first two are highly sensitive, trigger warning. So we're gonna go ahead and get into this. Excuse me. Oh boy, a little hard to read, but hold on, why is it I can't? RoSolo, I'm trying to bring you up on stage. Okay, there we go. Gotcha, RoSolo. Good morning, good
Morning,
morning,
good
good
morning, good
morning.
morning, good morning, good morning. I'm not here for long, but I'm on a quick break. Good morning,
You're
everyone.
not here
Happy
for long, but you're
Tuesday.
here for a good time.
I am. You know me. All right. Go ahead, good story. I'm sorry. I'm not going to distract you.
All right, so this first one, courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. The main suspect in the brutal SA and murder of 14-year-old Price Johnson last week, Thursday, has been taken into custody. He was arrested on Sunday on Crescent Road, Kingston 13, and taken to the Hunts Bay Police Station. Commanding officer for the St. Andrews South Police Superintendent Damian Manderson gave the update to the news center.
Yes, we did apprehend the individual who was wanted for the rape and murder of that 16-year-old earlier this week.
14-year-old, get it right. Johnson was essayed and bludgeoned with a hammer at her home on the Palm Grove apartment complex on Spanish Town Road in St. Andrew. It's understood her attacker, who is believed to be mentally challenged, forced his way into the apartment. He reportedly escaped on foot. Johnson was taken to hospital where she succumbed to her injuries. Subsequent to the attack, the St. Andrews South Police named Imani Lingnot as a main suspect in Johnson's murder. Superintendent Manderson says the suspect was held at his mother's house following the cooperation of his relatives.
We managed to get the support of his family, which we had sought to engage from the onset. And with the assistance of his family, he was lured to his location, to his mother's residence, where he was apprehended by the team.
That was Superintendent Damian Manderson, commanding officer for the St. Andrew South Police. The CPFSA urges the public to stop sharing images of the 14-year-old's last moments. And this is the part I don't understand with Jamaicans. We're sick in our heads. Why would you take a video of this girl dying in that state and have it circulating on social media? We need a psychological intervention in Jamaica. We cannot be this callous and cold, and calculating, because we're circulating these images, not with me, but these images are being circulated by these sick, demented individuals to gain likes and followers. Y'all are disgusting. According to Nationwide Radio JM, the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, CPFSA, is urging members of the public to stop sharing photos or videos online depicting children's dying moments. The call follows the gruesome murder of 14-year-old Price Johnson. Photos and videos of the injured teen were circulated following the brutal attack. Laurette Adams Thomas is Chief Executive Officer at the CPFSA.
The crime committed against this child is beyond horrific. It is quite unsettling in my mind to believe that someone reportedly saw a strange man tampering with the locks in an effort to enter the premises where the girl lived. Yet there are no reports that an alarm was raised. It is even more distressing that some individuals, instead of assisting, choose to record and to circulate videos of this innocent child in her darkest moments. How have we, as a society, become so desensitized to the suffering of our children? Where was the village of protection she so desperately needed?
Mrs. Adams Thomas is urging the public to immediately cease the circulation of the gruesome videos.
This must be a wake-up call. We must return to the values that once defined us. A community that looks out for its children, that intervenes when something seems amiss. No parent would want to see their child's dying moments spread across social media for public consumption. Little Price is not just a news headline. She was a daughter, a sister, and a student with dreams. The continued sharing of these videos only deepens the agony of her grieving family.
And Mrs. Adams Thomas is also urging parents and guardians not to leave their children in vulnerable situations.
We understand that parents have obligations, but wherever possible, children should always be in the care of a responsible adult, or they might just become easy targets for those who seek to harm them. This is not just about mourning young Price Johnson. This is about making sure no other child suffers a similar fate. We urge every Jamaican to play their part. If you see something suspicious, speak out. If a child is in distress, act. Together we must do what it takes to rebuild a Jamaica that is safe for our children.
That was Laurette Adams Thomas, Chief Executive Officer at the CPFSA. As part of its response to the tragedy, the CPFSA has referred Johnson's family to the Ministry of Justice's Victim Services Division for support. The CPFSA, along with the Ministry of Education, also visited Haile Selassie High School, which Johnson attended, to provide counseling and intervention services for students and staff. Meanwhile, children's advocate Diane Gordon Harrison says the brutal slaying of 14-year-old Price Johnson brings into sharp focus the need for communities to be more vigilant in protecting the nation's children. Mrs. Gordon Harrison also condemned the actions of some onlookers who filmed the incident when help was desperately needed.
So, of course, the incident brings to mind the importance of the village being available and accessible and responsive to a child in distress. I join really with the police who were quite disheartened at persons who were taking photos instead of seeking to render some assistance to Price as she laid, with the injuries. And so I just want to mention that it's not only parents and caregivers who have a responsibility to take care of children and to ensure that active steps are taken to minimize harm, but as a community, we need to ensure that our children are, in fact, really getting the best of us.
That was Dan Gordon Harrison, children's advocate. I think we're sick. We're a sick set of people. You see a child, instead of helping, and I've noticed it too. There's an accident, and the first thing we do is pull out our phone. We see people fighting, lives being threatened, and the first thing we do is pull out our phones. We not help. Pull out phone because we want to be the first one to capture the moments, to circulate these atrocities on social media. For what? For likes? How sick can one be? A 14-year-old child. And you want to tell me, so the next thing I get, if it's an apartment building, it tells me that somebody must have heard. Somebody must have heard something, but no one did nothing. Or no come out after the fact. So we no longer protect our children. I have so many things swirling around in my head, and forgive me if I sound confused or if everything comes out just jumbled up. But I remember some time ago a social media, what's her name? Tosh Alexander. She's an artist and social media influencer. I remember Tosh expressing grave concern about the state in Jamaica as it relates to those who are mentally challenged. I remember her talk saying, crying out to the government to do something about them. She's at an intersection, and if I'm not mistaken, it's the intersection right there where Devon House is. Right? Hope Road and I forget the other road there now. And she's at the stops, the red light, waiting for the light to change. And here comes someone of unsound mind exposing himself, banging on her window and exposing himself, and then proceeding to do the unthinkable. Thankfully, her car window was up. What are we doing about the mentally challenged? Huh? What are we doing? May this young lady, this child, may her soul rest in peace. I don't know. It's just truly disheartening. Truly, truly disheartening. What is happening? How the whole thing has been handled. There is a video of this gentleman on what's his name? TikTok. Can't remember his name right now. But he was also expressing concern with regard to how there's not enough outcry when situations like this happen, right? But we're quick for block road and protest when a quote unquote bad man is gunned down or whatever. I don't know if I can find back the okay, I think this is it. Hold on a second. I think I found it.
You know, say police bullet one on a bad man bridge, quick for black road and bun tire.
But a 14-year-old girl get her innocence taken and her head open up. I'm not even ear clappers bust. Where the bad man them, they were supposed to protect the community. Where the bad man them, they were quick to rise up the tool if you accidentally step on him while he be. Where the bad man them, they will slap out your head if you look on him funny or say something when they like. Oh, sorry. Uno busy a bully the average Jamaican people. Uno busy a oppress the poor Jamaican man and woman. The schoolboy and the schoolgirls. The old and the defenseless. It's like when real issues are at hand, nobody can be found. Dog, remember in the late 90s, early 2000s, if you thief, you get broke up. If you assault woman, it costs your life. Why are so many women and children being targeted and not tool now rise? Dog, this hurt me to my core, brother. Another thing, stop sending around the videos and pictures of an undressed 14-year-old girl with her head open up. Stop asking me if you send you the video. I don't have no video. Stop asking me if I want to see the video. I don't want to see it. Why would I want to see a 14-year-old girl's undressed body with her head open up and eye pulk out? Please, for the love of God, respect her family and loved ones. Please, please, Jamaica, me a beg you. Rest in peace, Price.
How sick must one be? Me go and call you and tell you if you send me the video. Or me go and reach out to you, ask if you see the video. Send me the video. Why would I want to see that? And that is why I said we have a psychological issue in Jamaica. So when the story we had last week about the psychologist doing work in the schools, doing evaluation, and I guess a lot of people don't like it. Them not think she qualified, them not think she this and that. Right now, we take whatever help we can get. We need an intercession. We need something done. Something is wrong with us. Something is wrong with us. And I knew we were off our rockers when I started to see people putting up videos of the dead. Them go funeral and a video of the dead. There was a time when you wouldn't see that. No, they must show you the people them lying in their casket. That's where we are. And at that point, I knew I was like, huh? Why would you do that? But we're more concerned with likes. Likes and followers. That's what we're consumed with. Next story. These next two stories have something to say again. No matter how you feel about somebody, you know, I feel like a person, but there are certain lines you just don't cross. There are certain things you just don't do, especially if you are in a quote unquote reputable position. If you are in a position that people look up to you, but then again, you know what? Let me just get into the next story. This one, the police probing alleged unauthorized recording of TikTok personality. Where are you? Yeah. Courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. The Jamaica Constabulary Force, JCF, says it is investigating allegations of an unauthorized recording and distribution of a female in a compromising position. The video was shot during a police operation at a private premises. In a statement on Sunday, the JCF says it is seeking to determine the facts of the case. It says it is committed to maintaining the highest standards of professionalism and integrity, and that any conduct which falls short will be addressed in accordance with established procedures. The woman in the video is TikTok personality RoSolo.
What the system I do for we as poor people? So man can for police can come to my house. I've never been for that at gunpoint and then I go video me and throw it on social media. What is that? What that? What that? You can't video me, come to my house and you just sting operation, you search. Video me and put up on social media. Me need answers, of course. Me need a whole heap of answer.
On Sunday, Member of Parliament, MP for Western St. Andrew, Anthony Hilton, confirmed that the woman in the video was one of his constituents. He called for swift action against those who distributed the video.
If this was done by the police, as alleged, it represents a new law in policing, one that must never be tolerated by the leadership of the Jamaica Constabulary Force or by society at large. I condemn this deplorable act, and I am demanding a full and transparent investigation into this incident, with swift action taken against those responsible. No citizen should be subjected to this kind of abuse and humiliation.
Oh boy. That was Anthony Hilton, MP for Western St. Andrew. I'm going to go ahead and get into the next article, which is related to this one. The JFJ condemns illegal recording of TikTok personality. According to Nationwide Radio JM, human rights lobby group Jamaicans for Justice, JFJ, is condemning the illegal recording of TikTok personality June Rosalie Dixon during a police operation at her home on Saturday. The video, which began circulating online, shows Miss Dixon naked. It's suspected that she was videotaped by one of the police carrying out the operation. Executive Director of JFJ, Michael Jackson, says such recordings are in breach of the protocols that govern the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the JCF.
The allegations are that there was a recording of her without her clothes on. And you ask yourself the question, why did that recording happen in the first place? And how did it make it on social media? The police ought not to be involved in illegal recording of any citizen of Jamaica. You have several constitutional rights that must be considered. You have the right not to self-incriminate, so no police officer should be forcing you to issue any word of apology. You have a constitutional right to privacy, and that must be respected. And anything else to the contrary is a breach of the Constitution and a breach of the protocols that govern our police officers. It is outrageous, and I think we must all condemn such action.
The JCF has launched an investigation into the matter. It says the probe is being conducted by the Criminal Investigation Branch and the Inspectorate and Professional Oversight Bureau to determine the facts surrounding the incident. Ms. Jackson is demanding strong disciplinary actions against any JCF member found guilty of the act.
We have taken note that the Jamaica Constabulary Force is investigating the matter, but I take it a step further. We must demand an update of the outcome of that investigation, because while we welcome the announcement of the investigation, we must also hold the JCF to the fire to say that the public ought to be made aware of the outcome and the disciplinary actions that may be taken against any officer who was involved in that particular incident.
Michael Jackson, Executive Director of the JFJ. I was scrolling through social media, through TikTok to be exact, on Sunday. And there is the video. There is the video. Naked, naked, naked. We have zero respect for women, zero respect for children. Whether you believe in God or not, whether you believe in what's in the Bible or not, we are definitely in our end times. And everything is fulfilling. We don't care about people anymore. There was a time when women and children were protected. Not anymore. So sad. And then what is even more disturbing is seeing another woman on social media, instead of condemning what was done to Rosalie, we talk about the state of our house. That is what is important. This is another woman. Instead of saying, no, man, JCF or whomever had to be a part of the police squad, allegedly. Instead of condemning them, you're condemning Rosalie and the state of her house. You're condemning her, saying how she did on social media for 2 years and why our house looked so and why that is you see how messed up we are. So if as a woman, regardless of how we feel about another woman, you not care about what happened to her, that it could have happened to you, it could happen to somebody you know. How cold and callous can we be? If nobody else not gonna support a woman, it should at least be a woman supporting another woman. Me not have to like you. But my gosh, certain things I'm not gonna condone. You and I don't have to get along. But right is right, and I will stand up for what is right. We laugh and joke around about Rosalie, but what happened to her was grave. The behavior deplorable. And that is what we celebrate on social media. The person who took the video, the man who take the video. You not have a mama. You not have a mother. You not have a sister, a woman, a daughter. No woman in for your life. Would you want them doing that to the person that you love? You see, we talk about the scales of justice being imbalanced, and it's a global thing. Because I guarantee you, you would not go into a rich person's home and do that. I guarantee you. You wouldn't dare. But we have no regard for people on the lower end of the economic scale, quote unquote. We're not business about poor people, so we treat them any way. We only have strength or respect, rather, for those who are above a certain socioeconomic bracket. We need to put a stop to this. I said this before. I'm going to say this unapologetically. Me wouldn't care 2 shilling if them shut down social media in Jamaica. We need a purge. Give it a 3-month break, something, so we can have a reset there. Our minds are messed up. We're behaving like some serious jankro, scavengers. That's our behavior. And I'm sorry, but that's how I feel. Who want bex? Who want bus? Me not care. Get your minds right, people. We're human beings. Next up, on to Trinidad and Tobago. At least this is something positive for get us out of the little slump. Trinidad has been removed from harmful tax practices list, or so I think that it is something positive. Let's go ahead and get into this one. Let me close out them 2 disturbing stories then. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has announced that the country has been removed from the list of nations identified by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development as having harmful tax practices. Finance Minister Combe Imbert confirmed that Port of Spain was officially delisted from this category in February 2025. This move reflects the country's progress in aligning with international standards for tax transparency and regulatory compliance. It joins Anguilla, Barbados, Bermuda, the British Virgin Islands, the Cayman Islands, and the Turks and Caicos Islands, whose policies are deemed not harmful. The OECD's Forum on Harmful Tax Practices has been conducting reviews of preferential tax regimes, and they've been doing this for the last 25 years, to determine whether the regimes could be harmful to the tax base of other jurisdictions. Base erosion and profit sharing, known as BEPS, where multinationals shift profits to low or no tax locations where they have little or no economic activity, or erode tax bases through deductible payments such as interest or royalties, cost countries throughout the world billions in lost revenue annually. Imbert said the BEPS practices undermine the fairness and integrity of tax systems because businesses that operate across borders can use them to gain a competitive advantage over enterprises operating at the domestic level. In a broader context, when large corporations avoid income tax, they undermine voluntary compliance by all taxpayers. Well, I want to create a system, and when people use it to fit them advantage on a backs.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
You create a system, right? And I guarantee you the system was created to the benefit of the creator or the friends of the creators at the time, right? And know that them realize them run them numbers, them crunch them numbers, and say, well, no, we all lose billions. We could have billions more. No one crack down. Go figure. Go figure. Go figure. But no easy a backside. That's all I can say. Wanna create the situation, create the system, and then complain that the system now work. You created the loopholes in the system. You know, I was having a conversation and I said, what needs to happen? These tax brackets and stuff. And I'm shifting a little bit to the system here in the US, where the richer you are, the more of a tax break you get, the less you pay in taxes, right? It's those of us who barely make ends meet, who are rubbed with 2 shillings together, that with the hope that magically they will multiply. We are the ones who bear the burden. I simply said, if you look at it and say you're going to charge 10% tax or 8% tax or whatever it is, let's say 8% tax. Charge it, make that the flat rate. Stop complicating the system. Just as when we all go shopping, for example, here in the state of Florida, depending on where you are to, which county you're in, you pay 7% or 6.5% or 6%. Just make it a flat rate. So it no matter if you're rich or you're poor, when you show up at the cash register, you pay the same 7% on whatever is taxable. Why can't we do the same thing with federal taxes? Stop with these damn loopholes. Stop. Because only those who have it can afford to find the accountants and the tax attorneys who know how to work the system. So you walk away with not paying taxes. You make billions, but you're not paying a tax. But yet the person who make under $50,000, when them do them tax return, they are told that them owe $2,000 to Uncle Sam. And them have to either come up, find the $2,000, beg, thief, or borrow, face the risk of having some asset seized, bank account frozen, or worst case scenario, thrown in jail. Me suggest make it 10% for everybody, or 8%. So 8% of $1,000, or 8% of 10,000, or 8% of 10 million. It is what it is. Stop giving people these breaks, man. Because them I get to it and we have to stay down here. I suffer. I don't know. I'm just venting right now. James, go ahead.
Yeah, remember Ben did run on that and people say mad.
Which Ben?
The doctor, Ben Benjamin.
Oh, he definitely remember about him.
Yeah, 10%. Yeah.
Well, and 10% for everybody, flat rate.
Yeah, him did run on the flat rate thing. What people say I'm mad this.
No, I didn't know he did that, because that is something I would agree with. 10%. Why? Because I make $10,000 for the year, James. I must pay 30%. But you make 10 million and you pay 3%. That makes sense? How does that make sense? That don't make no sense whatsoever. Anyway, next up. God have mercy. Forgive me for when I have my outbursts of laughter. When you see some people gather and then sit down on a stool and lock their frack tail. And you see them hold them belly and lean them head back and start laugh. They're not mad. Sometimes it is better to laugh to keep you from crying. Because I'm telling you, boy, I tell you, when you work hard for your money in a life and somebody just come in and swoop it. And the most disturbing part about it is when it's treated, your inconvenience is treated with scant regard. I don't like things like that. But anyway, let me go ahead and get into this article. You're saying, my friend, me feel it for you. But what I feel more and what I don't like even more is the lies. But anyway, let me mind my business and just read the story. Usain Bolt speaks out on SSL fraud. I need my money back. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Jamaican sprint legend Usain Bolt has finally spoken out about the multi-billion-dollar fraud at Stocks and Securities Limited, SSL, which resulted in him losing approximately 12 million US dollars. In an interview with the Fix podcast, Bolt expressed disappointment in the government's handling of the situation and made it clear that he expects restitution. If this happened to me and it had gone for 2 years and I can't see back a dime, you really start to evaluate, Bolt said, suggesting that the ordeal has made him rethink his status as a public figure in Jamaica. The SSL scandal, which surfaced in January 2023, time flying, involved fraudulent activity dating back over a decade, impacting more than 200 clients and totaling losses exceeding 30 million US dollars. The prolonged investigation has frustrated many victims, including Bolt, who believes the authorities have not done enough to bring about a resolution. Bolt criticizes government's response. Bolt stated that despite conversations with government officials, nothing has materialized. He accused the government of failing to act decisively, calling the situation almost at a stalemate. The government alone really can do nothing big about this, he said, emphasizing that only the authorities have the power to ensure justice. When asked if legal action was on the table, Bolt did not rule out the possibility. He said, at some point, we have to figure out something and make a move. We just can't lose all of that money. Bolt admitted that he had remained silent on the matter to avoid damaging brand Jamaica. However, he now believes that public pressure may be his only recourse. Clearly, it looked like if me not start apply some pressure, me not gonna get back nothing, he said, even hinting at the possibility of taking his fight to the international media if necessary. Meanwhile, the legal battle surrounding the collapse of SSL remains bogged down in bureaucratic hurdles. 2 years after the fraud was exposed, a critical piece of evidence remains outstanding, preventing the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions from completing its review and issuing charges beyond those already filed. In a recent interview with the Gleaner, DPP Paula Llewellyn confirmed that while significant progress has been made, the Financial Investigations Division, FID, has yet to provide key evidence necessary for a ruling. She emphasized that her office cannot move forward until the missing documents are submitted, stating that she understands the public's frustration but must ensure due process is followed. The only person charged so far is Jean Ann Panton, a former SSL client relationship manager, who faces a 21 count indictment, including fraud, forgery, and larceny as a servant. Bolt said he doesn't believe that it was only one person involved in the fraud. Authorities have hinted at additional charges, but no timeline has been provided. The Jamaican government is so locked in a legal fight for control of SSL, which is currently under the supervision of a court-appointed trustee. The firm's assets, valued between $107 million and $254 million, fall far short of covering its $1.03 billion in liabilities, making full restitution unlikely. With victims still waiting for justice, Boltz's public stance has reignited scrutiny over the investigation. Whether his push will speed up the process remains to be seen. But for now, the world's fastest man is demanding action, not a bagamout and his money. I have my
You see what you say yesterday that you don't trust putting your money into these types of financial instruments.
My father and my grandfather used to have, my father used to have a saying, save your penny them one by one. These high return instruments, sometimes you have to be so careful with them. But as I read this, I see corruption written all over it. Jean Ann Panton is not to be blamed. She was honest, in my opinion, based on this article and everything that has been brought forth in the media since 2023, the year of our Lord, 2023. Something all right. You can smell the murkiness in the water. Corruption is written all over this. Jean Ann Panton is not the one who orchestrated this. She merely facilitated. And in my opinion, she had to take the fall. Hey! Bolt! You see how you did run and broke world record to reach the finish line? You shouldn't have waited this long. You should have broke your neck and reach a court. Haul their asses to court. Why are you giving one damage brand Jamaica? No, baby love. Me work too hard for my money. 12 million US for me to worry about brand Jamaica. They want to me and my family. Me must put brand Jamaica before what brand Jamaica did to me. No, sir. Brother. Would have secured the best lawyer already. This would have drag left, right, and center. Give me my money when my money there. Out of the $3 trillion, give me my money. Me no business. Give me my money. Me no care when I get it from. Whether it's out of the $3 trillion what not audited yet, or if it's out of the 1.5 million US that was given to Jamaica. Anyway, I went 2023 or 2024 to promote the LGBTQ agenda in Jamaica. Find me money, give me. If they might do that to you, but what then would I do with me? 2 years have passed. And people have passed away. People who have been affected by this have passed away already. So them dead and gone. And the money not sort out yet. Wow.
Yeah. I think you need to take it to the international media and take them
the
to court.
Yeah.
Yeah. And honestly, for me, like if I was in this position, I would start, selling my money somewhere else and sell the house and just move. Tell them to take down the statue. Honestly. Yeah, like I wouldn't, the same thing like what Merlin Atted did back in the days, that's what I would have done. Like just say, you know what? Yeah, like when the glory days, like when I'm there putting Jamaica on my back, I'm making everybody proud of Jamaica. You know, like, yeah, the government should step forward, and it's still crazy to me that certain people had money in it and withdraw it like a couple months before everything collapsed.
Talk about
So
things, them James.
yeah, so
We're not calling no name.
yeah, it you know, yeah, so something I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
So you're gonna fault the nation? You're gonna take down your statue and everything? What
yeah.
That's
about
what
the
I would do.
children behind that?
That's what I would do. I would take down my statue
Everything.
and move to America. Maybe they will appreciate me more.
Everything.
Merle Natty did the same thing after she become one of the most decorated Jamaican and carry Jamaica on her back. Them disrespect her and she moved to Slovenia or one of those country. I would do the same thing. And I think like now Rita Marley should have thing when them did a beg her for dig up Bob Marley body and can't go almost Zimbabwe or somewhere. She should dig it up. Because they don't respect people that come from you know, like to be having a debate about Bob Marley being national hero and to be treating Usain Bolt like this. Usain Bolt live uptown and the people him next door neighbor them not even like him. After him make Brand Jamaica, after Bob Marley, he's the one that made Brand Jamaica, make, you know, put little decency and little thing. When everybody talk about murder capital of the world and them can be distracted and talk about the fastest man in the world come from Jamaica and them let this happen to him. No, sir. Pack up and go away. Go Trinidad.
Me gone left for no. Quick. Because respect.
I'm okay.
Go ahead, Ja. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm okay with leaving the country if you feel disrespectful, but taking down your statue and I guess erasing your history, let's say that, from people that may come behind you, or let me not even say people, just the children behind you. You can't blame the children and the people behind you for what your government did to you. At least leave that history there. For me, that's just for me. How you?
Me, agree with James, Ja. But go ahead, Soldier, go ahead.
Who we talking about? Sorry.
All right, so let's bring Adesoji up to speed. So remember the case of SSL. Well, right now, Usain Bolt speaks out on SSL fraud, saying, I need my money back. He was siphoned out of 12 million US dollars. It has been 2 years, and he is yet to hear anything about the possibility of him getting his money back. There is no resolution. As it stands right now, he has accused the government of failing to act decisively, calling the situation almost a stalemate. And he's saying that he did not talk about it, right, because he was trying to protect Brand Jamaica. But now it's 2 years, and he wants his money, rightly so.
Okay, so question just to understand for clarity. SSL, is he affiliated with the government or? No, listen. I'm British. We ask questions. So
you see, that's the problem. When I like, listen, man, if you know off the top, ask question. You're too fast. So,
go on. While I make
how do I put this nicely? Let's just say the government intervened when the whole thing crashed. But what a lot of people are talking about on social media is the fact that a certain government official had investment vehicles, instruments in said organization. And a couple months prior to this news breaking about the fraud, the alleged fraud at SSL, this particular government official had taken out all their investment, removed their investment portfolio, so to speak.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a Ponzi scheme. Oh, okay. Now you're just interested. Okay, so the next question would be
No, okay, stop right a second. I asked too much question. No. Go ahead, Soji.
So the next question would be, obviously we're playing with permutations here. The said government official, where is he?
He's in Jamaica.
Oh, okay.
He's in Jamaica looking at patients with his doctorate.
Oh,
stop it.
Okay.
James.
Indulge me
and it's
one
more than one of them.
Indulge me one more time.
Yeah, no. Me tell us, I mean, I like you, no other soldier.
Just
You come for cause problem in the other soldier. Did His Majesty King Charles III send you out this morning?
Yes. Because to bring peace around the world, you have to ask questions. And indulge me as I ask the last and final question. When the said business venture, for a want of a better word, went belly up and funds were taken out, the banks that had to, I'm just asking questions. The banks that handle the money and the regulator of said banks, what did they say? Are you?
James, you want to answer that one there because I'm telling you now. You see, you Adesoji, you got trouble.
Yeah, but the thing that's crazy about it too, I don't know, because you remember Eagle, right? Okay, so I had money in Eagle.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
me too.
And I line up for hours in a New Kingston to get my money, and I remember the bank manager came out and said, "Oh, guys, you don't have to withdraw your money. We're good. And I'm like, okay, no, I take out my 50,000. And the thing is, Eagle had more assets than I don't remember how they term it, but they had enough asset to cover everything, right? If there's any collapse or whatever, they had enough assets. But the government came in. I don't remember which government it was, and disrupt them. And Eagle had to close down. They had to sell their properties. The hotel, you know, where that hotel at Constant Spring, where I think the American embassy bought it.
The one up on the hill there.
Yep, they owned it. Cash Plus. Is it Cash Plus? When they went under, they had a lot of properties. They had hotels and enough assets to cover. They said to cover any mishap. They had enough, but the government still swooped in and let it go under. So how did this institution, how they were able to be open and they don't have enough assets? Because I thought they brought in some law where you had to have like about 1.5 time the amount of asset than the what people have in the bank or something like that.
Yeah.
The deposits, yeah. I thought that was a law that they brought in after Eagle. And remember the bank, what's the other bank that went down before Eagle? A lot of people died from that one too.
Was it Central National? I used to work. That was the first bank I ever worked with, Central National Bank.
Yeah, I used to know the owner for it.
Oh, really?
And, yeah, I used to know the owner, and him get maga, and everybody, like, people died like crazy when that bank went down. Like,
no,
people
James, you're exaggerating. You died like crazy. People
no,
you're exaggerating on that one.
No,
people
a lot.
No, it wasn't a lot, James. I
yes,
worked with the
remember.
bank. I worked with them.
No, but I remember hearing on the news like how much people, like every couple of weeks a year, like someone lose their life savings and they died and stuff like that. So people died from that. People died from Cash Plus. Like my sister must about $50 million in Cash Plus, and she nearly mad. Like she.
But Cash Plus was a Ponzi scheme, wasn't it?
But it was It was, yeah, it turned out to be a Ponzi scheme, but they had a lot of properties. They owned the hotel in New Kingston, the Hilton. They bought a lot of hotels on the North Coast. They had a lot of money, right? And they owned one of the big hardware. What the hardware name again? I think what's his name took it over from them. Yeah, I think he took it over from them. The Sumfest guy took it over. Bogdanovich. They owned that hardware that Bogdanovich, I think he owned it now. So they had money. But I think people were saying that leaching was the cause of that thing because he refused to do something with them or whatever, and the government swooped in and closed them down. But yeah,
So
I don't know.
Cash Plus. Okay, go ahead, Ja. I was gonna read something, but go ahead.
Here's the thing for me, Moments. If your own government is not auditing certain things, 'cause we've spoke about several, the hospitals, the schools, blah, 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 blah. What makes you think that these organizations are auditing or being audited,
Thank you very much.
or they're audited but not really audited because they can't find receipts to be audited? It's one big scam. It's one big scam. And people of Jamaica, just be cognizant of where you're putting your money and who you're voting for. I yield.
So Cash Plus began its run in Jamaica in 2002 as an investment club, promising lenders up to 120% in annual returns. I remember when Cash Plus started because I remember a friend of mine at the time had invested in Cash Plus, right? It was going on and it was going on. And a friend of mine said, "No, man, invest your money, you get back this." And I now forget, I pick up the phone and I call my father. And my father said, "Do me a favor, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Anything that is promising you." As a matter of fact, it's about two people I know, two different people I know who invested in it, two friends of mine. My father said, "Don't even touch it with a long stick. Anything that promises you that kind of return on your investment is a scam. Never forget. I will never forget. Mirated. I think with the same year, Marlon, you can remember, the same year when my father said that to me, here came the bomb. My same two friend of mine tell me to invest. Backside, lost everything in a Cash Plus. Hey, boy, Lord, I thank you. Cash, anything that promises you a huge return on investment, run in the next direction. Run like somebody throw a firebomb at you. May I tell you anything too good to be true? It isn't. Question things, people. And sometimes, you have that feeling in your spirit, that intuition. Your intuition is talking to you, but a lot of us ignore it because we're thinking about gains. I was sitting on a calculator. I would say, yes. And you know what, too? A lot of times, things that sound too good to be true come at a time when we could do with the money. Yeah, in our moment of desperation, that's when these things come up. And we say, yeah, man, we can get this money and we can buy a house and we can do this and we can do that. Yeah, sound good. But take on a time, saving the pennies one by one by one by one. Easy come, easy go. So that was Cash Plus. Hey, Ada, go ahead, Adesoji.
One more question.
Here you know.
In comparison to the last two Ponzi schemes you mentioned, how much was lost in this SSL one? How much?
Oh, hold on. Let me go back to the article and tell you. Because so far, according to the article, the firm's assets valued between 107 million and 254 million fall far short of covering its $1.03 billion in liabilities.
Wow. Can I? Oh, God.
Can Charles do something for us?
My God, that's just 10% of its liabilities.
Ah.
And how exposed were the people?
Very
Oh, sorry. Why am I even? That's a dumb
very
question.
exposed.
That's a very dumb
Very
question. Sorry.
exposed.
My God. And the government didn't guarantee it. Well, the government clearly can't
Yes, you
guarantee
have
it.
the Jamaica insurance deposit.
Did they guarantee anything?
You're guaranteed. I forget what the amount you're guaranteed up to, but and if I'm not mistaken, I think last year I heard that some people got some of their money. Don't know how true it is. Really don't know.
So, unfortunately for Mr. Bolt's level of exposure is beyond the threshold. He will get anything. I mean, he will get probably the baseline compensation, but sure, you're not gonna get 12 million back. In fact, if anybody had promised you that kind of money, and come on, bro, you've lived outside Jamaica for a very long time. Come on, where's your street smarts? I yield.
Yeah, but I still don't understand how they, because at least Cash Plus, because remember, as a Cash Plus, they own the Hilton, New Kingston. I was going to put money in there, and the reason why I decided that I was going to go in was when I heard that they purchased Jamaica Grand Hotel. And
No,
I'm like,
Jamaica Grand was owned by Central National Bank.
one of those, one of the Twin Tower Hotel in Ocho
In
Rios.
that was owned by Jamaica Grand.
No, but at one point I heard that they bought it.
That was
Cash Plus.
owned. That was owned by Jamaica Grand.
No, but I heard that they bought some hotel down that side, and that's the time I said, you know what, it looked like they have enough money, so I'm going to go. And I was in Bermuda at the time, and before I could have reached Jamaica, it crashed. So yeah, but I thought they would have had more properties, hotels, like, because these banks invest in a lot of different things. So I don't know. And I know Workers Bank was one of them too. I think Workers Bank went under too, right?
Yes, Workers Bank did go under.
Yeah, so it's crazy.
So Jamaica, and just to remind you, James, Jamaica Grand, before it became Jamaica Grand, it used to be Americana Hotel and Mallards Beach. Anybody remember that? Way back when? Yeah, so Jamaica Grand, after the whole issue with Central National Bank, it was sold to the Hendrickson family. That's who it was that it was sold to, or who took it over. So interesting. All right, folks. Teflon said we have to get a cold wallet to protect from hackers. Let me tell you something. Me old school. You know when nobody can thief from me or easily. Land. Nobody can thief the land from me easily. The only person that can go take land from me easily are government when they talk about eminent domain. Outside of that, but they can't ram me. The land now spoil. You make it sit down there. It appreciate. And if me need some money, me just sell one little piece of land and go and buy the business. Land nah thief. That's sure. Miss me with all Teflon, me nah lash out by you, but miss me with all of them something there. Stock market, miss me with that. Partner, miss me with that.
Treasury bill.
But I save my money with the future Prime Minister. It's safe there. He have a good track record.
Who is the future Prime Minister?
The future Prime Minister, Mr. What name?
Who is the future Prime Minister?
The opposition leader. No, but seriously, like they're
Mr. Golden?
Yeah, because I've been banking with DBNG for like about 100 years.
Daring, Bunting, and Golden.
Yeah, so like I have an account to them. I withdraw pretty much all of my money from the account for pay for my wedding.
That's so much money you spend on wedding.
Wow. No, me the bill house and everything out there too. But then, like I left about like $10 in there, and now me have close to 100,000 now. So good people them. So I never got Jamaica got job.
Darren Bunting and Golding, they've been around for a long time. I think since 1990.
Long time. I bank with them from
Yeah, I
So
remember when
so,
they
so me go withdraw me 100,000. Go see me can get 2 party with it.
Daring, Bunting, and Golding. Yep. Anyway, let's keep it moving. So, in 7 minutes after the top of the hour, I invite you to head on over to coffeeinto.com and enjoy 20% off all coffee products by clicking the link on our shop page for grantcoffeehouse.com. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Just use the code coffee into 20. If you are on YouTube live, just go to the description and click the link for grantcoffeehouse.com. Again, get 20% off all coffee products. Use the code coffee into 20. And you too on Fanbase, my Fanbase family, enjoy your 20% off if you love coffee. Remember, log on to grantcoffeehouse.com and use the code coffeeinto20 and get 20% off all coffee products. All right. Yeah. What's that? Jamaica, nice, bad. Time for stories out of Latin America. We're moving along. We're moving along. So we have only a story today. Don't ask me where the story them come from, but them enough today. But we're gonna get through them. First up in our articles out of Latin America, Miami-Dade teacher deported after ICE detainment. School board has made the confirmation. Let me put the link over here. This one is so sad. You know, I feel it for him. I really do. You're there, you know. But anyway, let me just read the article. According to Caribbean National Weekly.com, a Miami-Dade County public schools teacher has been deported to his native Honduras after being detained by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE last month during a routine immigration appointment, the school board members confirmed on Friday. The teacher, a middle school science instructor, whose name has not been disclosed, was detained just a week before former President Donald Trump took office. This is according to the teachers' union. The union also confirmed that he was 24 years old. He had come to the United States at the age of 13 and was a recipient of the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, the DACA program. According to the Miami-Dade School Board member, Luisa Santos, it's tragic in so many ways. Teachers are vessels of inspiration and provide a strong foundation for many students. His deportation will certainly have an impact. Santos, who was once an undocumented student herself, expressed empathy for students who might now feel the same fear she once did, thinking about coming home and a family member not being there. It is heartbreaking. The teacher had been working in District 4, an area that encompasses 7 middle schools. Faculty at the school were reportedly devastated upon learning that he had been detained during his routine immigration check-in and never released. That's potentially a team without a coach, a club without a sponsor, teachers without their colleagues. That family is now incomplete. In an official statement, Miami-Dade County Public Schools reiterated its compliance with federal guidelines regarding work authorization, stating that all employees are authorized to work upon hire. However, the district also noted that it had not received any formal notification from the Department of Homeland Security regarding the teacher's detention or deportation. Now, I said, this is what I have a problem with. How long has the DACA program been in place? And why is it that nobody saw to it that as long as these DACA recipients were abiding by the rules, the regulations, the laws of the land, doing everything that they're supposed to do, staying out of trouble, being enrolled in school or working, why is it that they were not given a fast track to residency at least and then on to citizenship? I find this rather interesting. And why I'm so perturbed about this is that here we are throwing around or talking about sanctions and executive order about the white population in South Africa, about the injustices and what have you, and you want to have them come to the States. Here we are with people contributing members of society, and we send them home.
I blame the Democrats for that.
Yes.
Because they're hypocrite. The Democrat been championing DACA since Adam was a lad. They had the House and the Senate twice. Obama should have got that passed. I blame Obama for not getting DACA passed also. Because when you had the House and the Senate, you had enough votes to push it through. These are kids that came here not through their own will. They came here, they went to school here, they get degrees here, they have been working and contributing to society here. And every election, they're using them as a football. And the Democrats, when they have the chance, they're not doing anything. And the minute time they lose one of the chamber, they want to talk about DACA because they know it wouldn't pass. They do not want to do it. They do not want to do it. That is like, I don't know, the Democrat hopeless.
Imagine. And you know what I didn't like? And I think we played the video here last week or the week before, where yes, people are being tricked. Oh, come in so that we can do something on your paperwork, or we need to update something, or we have some information. Lie to the people them and have them show up at the immigration offices, and then you detain them. Shouldn't these immigration officers be advocating for them and saying, listen, everything is in order here. They have dotted their I's, crossed their T's, blah, blah, blah. But instead, you drag out the process too. And yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Mr. President. Shame on the Democrats. They dropped the ball several times. They dropped the ball 2008 to 2012, 2012 to 2016, and 2020 to 2024. 3 opportunities, and you dropped the ball.
Yeah, Mom, I wouldn't even say drop the ball. They're just wicked. Like, they need to do, like, they use people for political mileage, because dropping the ball is like a fumble. This was not a fumble. As Mr. President said, that they had the House and the Senate. They did what they wanted to do. The thing is, what the people vote them in to do, they do otherwise. They focus on other things. And what people vote them in for, that's not what they do. And, you know, like Donald Trump is doing all of these crazy things, but all of these crazy things is what his base want, right? And he's doing all of the nonsense that his base want. And Democrats, you know, will just sit aside, and when they go back in office, the people that vote them in to do certain things, they don't do it. These people should have been citizens a long time ago, you know, and so I wouldn't say drop the ball. They just use people.
A moment, we'll be right back. She just stepped away from him.
Adesoji, you watched the DNC the other day?
Which one?
When they're looking for the chair for the Democratic.
I think they've gotten one. What's his name?
Yeah, but did you watch it?
Yeah, I did.
Do you have faith in what you saw, the display of what you saw there?
Well, it's not so much as they're not in power, so basically they're not gonna.
No, I know, but what I saw took place there. Mm-hmm. It just leave you hopeless. Like, I'm like, you know, people need to just go back to their country, because the Democrats, there's no hope. Like, everything that I saw took place there is just like a hopeless case. It's not a party look like they're fueling up to fight. They just look like a hopeless case. Like, I didn't see any hope like displayed like at that DNC. Not at all. So I don't know. They're hopeless.
Now, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but the noise at the moment means you have to strategize. You can't strategize in that kind of losing position. So you have to take a step back and strategize. There is one thing I, however, do pause caution on, is the fact that the Democrats did fumble the ball, but you had a chance. Again, the experience of people living in the United States that don't have a particular hue is one of survival. So if you had the chance to survive for another 4 years, why not take it? Majority of the Latinos chose to side with Donald Trump. So again, that is the part of the thing that people are not looking into. You've effectively voted against your own interest. Your own interest. Oh, he's gonna, when he was talking about canceling the plans, canceling those who are on, what's it called, the TP, the temporary protected TPS, temporary protected status plan. And he was he was looking his eye at the Haitians in Springfield. You think somehow you're going to be, well, anyway, as they say, we're in the F around and find out season. And unfortunately, it's teachers like this that will bear the first brunt. And because people don't push back, even his community are gone to ground. They can't push back because they're also they're also exposed. And so now you've got a situation whereby we're going to have all these stories coming in. They're going to have an human angle. One is the teacher that is supposed to be the face of motivation to young kids that look like him and not so much look like him, but upstanding in the community, has been in the country for X amount of years, no criminal record whatsoever, and basically cancelled. I will enjoy us to also watch out. April and September this year is going to be busy. Why? Majority of those with TPS are going to come due. There's a first batch that is coming due in April. Another batch is coming due in in September. And so when they get picked up, these are not even DACA. These are TPS. These are people that came in during Trump time and during Biden times that should have voted to protect their own interests. Yet instead, you voted for the orange one. What can I say? Hopefully you enjoy your orange juice. I yield.
Well, according to the chat on according to the chat, let me just on YouTube. This is what happens when you don't read between the lines when politicians promise you things. And you know, Ja, it's not that they don't read between the lines. Some of them are blinded by one word, one 4-letter word. And it starts with the letter H. That's what it is. Starts with letter H. They're blinded by that. And he knew that. they like to feed on that, and he fed them that narrative, and they lapped it up and drank it and ate it and dream it, sleep it, dream it, walk it, talk it. That was it. He fed into them. He fed them rather, and they loved it. And then, sorry, Adesoji, and then when you talk about the community here in Florida in particular, they felt that they were seen as the group of people in this country that he pandered to. Remember, he went into sundown towns. And you know what? When he was campaigning the first time around, when he was president, the same community that is gravely affected right now. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw a video. I think I have it. Let me see if I can find it. I think I have a video, and I'm just going to go ahead and play it. It's in our TikTok Talk segment, where I think some 50,000 Cubans are up for question now, are in limbo, or are going to be in limbo. But go ahead, Adesoji, and then I'm going to play the video real quick.
Yeah, I mean, it ties into the video you're about to play. And this is the part. Do you remember prior to the election when he was talking about criminals, drug dealers, people from mental institution, prisoners being pushed out? What was their retort? They would retort, oh, he's only talking about the criminals. Was that teacher a criminal?
No.
Thank you very much.
Following the rule, following the immigration process.
Following that so-called rules by a man who doesn't follow rules. And then because you have one of your clapping seals in government, in the place of in the face of Marco Rubio, you think you are part of it. Like I said to people, I say, here's the thing. Somebody invites you to a dinner and you don't ask what's on the menu. Chances are that you are the menu. I yield.
So let me go ahead and play the video real quick.
Almost 50,000 Cubans from the Miami area in Florida are facing deportations. That's because thousands of those Cubans filed for political asylum and were granted political asylum, except they went back and visited their homeland of Cuba. Well, the big deal is that when you file for political asylum, you're declaring that your life is in danger in your home country. And by these Cubans going back to Cuba to visit, that means that the entire process of the political asylum was fraud. The application asks for political asylum seekers to give detail of why they can't go back to their country, why their lives are in danger in their homeland. And Cubans gave those statements that their life was in danger if they ever went back to Cuba. So going back to visit Cuba after you've been granted political asylum indicates that these Cubans have been granted political asylum based on false information. Now, it's no secret, Cubans played a huge role on the re-election of Donald Trump. And a lot of them feel let down by this administration because now they're being sent back home. So I'm going to ask all the Latino community, and I will do the same, to please hold a moment of
Sorry. Hold on. What?
Silence for the thousands of Cubans who now are going to be forced to go back to the island. So anyway, almost 50,000 Cubans from the Miami.
Making noise, no silence. Let them go back. Why does that sound like Marco Rubio and his family? So Marco Rubio's family is here illegally because his mom revisited Cuba 3 times after they came here on political asylum. Hence, or they think we forgot.
CCC, no. This is what happens when you don't read the small print. This is what happens, I repeat, when you don't read the small print. If you read the small print and you know you are this exposed, what do? You ally with people with similar type interest. The great Che Guevara often says, when you want to go into battle, when you're not ready, do not rear your ugly head. Otherwise, your oppressor will take it off. This is a classic example. You're not ready, but you are flexing. Now, guess what? You're going back to Cuba.
I guarantee you that many of them rallied behind Marco Antonio Rubio. Yeah, I'm sure many of them rallied behind him. Because they're probably, he Cuban, he gonna understand or apply, we gonna work for him. Yeah, we gonna work with him, we gonna put him in, and my family gonna be okay. Well.
But just 2 days ago or 3 days ago, we was talking about Marco Rubio parents was not refugees because his mom went back. And a matter of fact, they came as refugee under Batista, and they revisit Cuba when Fidel Castro was there. So that means they know that lives was no longer under the threat. So he actually born to parents that was illegal here, right? Okay, so I wonder if he could take away his birthright citizenship.
John, me can't do it. Me can't do it because of my la familia de mi papá.
Sí.
De Cuba. So I can do it.
One other thing, Yorubas have a proverb, which is which is the thing that we want to roast, on an open fire, and then proceeds to marinate itself with oil. What do you think is going to happen?
Ay, mi gente. What can I say?
When those their videos come across my timeline, I make sure I have a cup of coffee handy, because I know the story is going to be long, and it's usually self-inflicted. That's the irony. It's usually self-inflicted. And it's like, you've been in this country now for how many years? You didn't study English. You have kids in school. They can read. Let them read to you, explain it to you. But no, like one commentator said it, and he said it poignantly. He said, the hatred of others, which is what you alluded to earlier, the hatred of others will force you to immolate yourself without remorse. But unfortunately, this is going to be a long walk, because now you don't even know. You hear the knock on the door. Maybe it's time. I mean, it's a sad way to live, but hey, you F around and find out, isn't it?
F-O popcorn season. Yes, it is indeed. In our next story out of Latin America, Venezuela sends 2 planes to U.S. to return migrants, signaling a potential improvement in relations. This article, courtesy of the Associated Press via WSVN. 2 Venezuelan planes flew to the United States on Monday and returned home with deported Venezuelans, signaling a possible improvement in relations between longtime diplomatic adversaries and a victory for President Donald Trump in his efforts to get more countries to take their people back. The U.S. and Venezuelan governments separately confirmed the flights by Venezuelan airline Conviasa without saying how many were aboard or disclosing their routes. Flights of illegal aliens to Venezuela resume, the White House said in a post on the X platform, saying they were overseen by Richard Grenell, a top Trump advisor who recently traveled to Venezuela. The Venezuelan government confirmed the flights in a statement that took issue with an ill-intentioned and false narrative around the presence of members of the Tren de Aragua gang in the United States. It said most Venezuelan immigrants are decent, hardworking people, and that U.S. officials sought to stigmatize the South American country. Deportation flights from the U.S. to Venezuela were halted for years, but restarted for a short time under the Biden administration in October 2023, when a jet transported about 130 migrants home. Venezuelans began showing up at the U.S. border with Mexico in large numbers in 2021 and are currently one of the largest nationalities entering illegally. Monday's flights came days after the first flights of immigrants to a U.S. military base in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and after U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio struck agreements with El Salvador and Guatemala for those countries to take people who were not their citizens. Oh boy. I don't know. And you know something? I don't think they'll vote any differently in the next 4 years. That's my honest opinion. Go right ahead, Mr. President.
So what did you give Venezuela for them to argue to do that? Because I know Nicolas Maduro didn't do that out of the kindness of his heart.
Well, he got 6 American nationals back. You know, the ones that were plotting coups.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what he got.
So does that mean that Maduro is now the president of Venezuela again? Or he's still just a de facto person that stole the election? Did they go to negotiate with the real Venezuelan president, as they say? Or they negotiated with Maduro? You know, why are they negotiating with Maduro if he's not the president? I'm just asking for a friend.
What
I saw the video that Mr. President is talking about. Telemundo, the English service. He said, this is how the story went.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you're listening to something, and again, when you hang out with Milton Alimadi, you start playing out stories in your head. They said the Trump government is hoping to send back hundreds of Venezuelans. And in so doing, they actually had to go and meet with the dictator. What's his name? Maduro. But that is not to say that they've recognized his government. Yeah? But they're also, in return, they are also getting the release of 6 Americans to the United States. But what were in all of that story, they kept repeating that word, dictator, dictator this, dictator that, dictator. Is Trump not acting dictatorial? So this kind of pointing, it was just wild. But the crux of the story, and this is the one that really threw me, was while they were reporting the, what's it called? While they were reporting that those flights will take off, not knowing that some of them have said, was that the flights will take off in the course of the weeks to come. There was a demonstration in, what's it called, in Florida? Is it Doral?
Doral.
Yeah, Doral.
Mm-hmm.
And it was from...
That's the community. You gonna leave them alone.
That's heavy
Colombian and Venezuelan community there.
Listen, it was from Doral. Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
That's where Trump International is located, in the middle of Doral.
Okay. So I don't know whether they are trolling themselves, but they said, before this was a very strong supporter of Trump's, political cause. What did they go to? They went to this rally where you could see Latinos, right, in red caps.
Oh, I played the video.
Sorry.
Say, we love Donald Trump. We love Donald Trump. Yeah, I played a video here. Where are you, Adesoji? You skipped class that day?
Have you played it?
I played it here. Was it last week, Mr. President? I played it here.
Oh, my God. No, that is a classic. That needs to be played on rotation every time you go to their story. Please. Yeah. It needs to be played. I actually bookmarked it. That's how petty I am.
I played it. I'm trying to see if I take it off
my
favorites, or do I still have it on my favorites? But
yeah, Moments, you need to find it. You need to bookmark it, because it's going to be a long season. We don't even know what season we're. Okay, this is season. I mean, it's been how many days now? It's been 21 days now. We're maybe halfway.
You're actually counting. I stopped counting.
Yeah, no, you need to count. Halfway into season 1, right? So That's going to be the intro and outro music. It's like, oh, we love Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And
it was hilarious. It was hilarious. Yeah, we played it.
And then the next day, oh, Donald Trump, he betrayed us. He betrayed us. I'm like,
no, you betrayed yourself.
Thank you very much.
You betrayed yourself. Because he did the same thing in 2015, 2016, when he was campaigning. And he turned his back on them once he got in, and he did it again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me a third time, now I'm the damn fool. Plain and simple. You know, I got to wear my cap proudly.
Please find your...
I'm going to have to find it back. Yeah.
Find it, because it needs to be, when you're doing any of those Trump stories, as sad as it sounds, you know, that needs to be your intro and outro music.
Talking about as sad as it sounds, I don't want to get off topic. Did you all see the video on the Breakfast Club with the rapper Dank, whatever she named, the one that caused the man to lose his contract with Lyft? Y'all saw the video? Oh, no, see the video with her on Breakfast Club? He couldn't fit in the chair. And Oh, hold on a second. Hold on there. I'm sorry, folks. I gotta laugh a little bit.
How are you? Hey, King. How you, brother? You good? Nice to meet you, King.
Got it.
Yep. It's the only seat y'all got?
What you want? What you need?
There's one more. A bigger chair or something.
You already little.
That's what I'm talking about. Good.
They pulled out a big ass sofa for her to sit on.
You saw that?
I was dying.
Did you see that?
She could not even fit in the office chair, and half the guy lost his job.
Okay.
I am sure this guy is building a case against Lyft and allow her to just continue to dig holes, because all that will just show up in court and no jury would stand on her side. Because if you have to sit on a sofa, if you go to a studio for
that's
an
what
interview,
I'm talking about.
how are you fitting in a regular car? Tell me.
That's what I'm talking about.
How did seatbelt get in her? Anyhow, forget about that.
For me, it was for me. Oh, water, please. Water.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Adesoji. I'm sorry.
I didn't see the video.
Mega send it to your
You've seen it?
Mega send it to your TikTok. Yeah.
For me, it was the you know normally when you come into the studio, you come in through the back of what's her name? Yeah, to the back of what's his name? Charlemagne.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you notice that Charlemagne had to get out of his seat?
Yep.
To make sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was cracking up. I'm like, okay, just send this as evidence to court. And Lyft, shame on you for severing your contract with that man. Give that man his job back and reimburse him some money, please.
Exactly.
I see you dank the mouse. I hope this guy sue you for what you don't even have. I hope he sues you because you're out of order. You saw the part when she asked about the chair, and my boy Charlemagne look around. I was watching Charlemagne's facial expression.
Yeah,
He was looking around like, what the heck?
It's like, you know.
I think he set her up. I think he did that deliberately because of what she did, talking about she could have hold on the car. And in case you don't know, the Mercedes-Benz, the C300, it does have a weight limit on it. Every vehicle has a weight limit on it. She's 500 and something pounds. She would not have held in that car. The car would not have made it to the stop sign. And if he had forced her into the car, she have Mercedes money to get the man to get back one new car or fix. She know how much to fix for Mercedes? She know how much for one tire to put for one Mercedes Benz? Okay.
You're talking about it. You're talking about the tire, not the rim.
Whatever.
No, my thing is, it is what it is. What happened, right? Humble yourself, realize that you're a big woman, accept that you're big, and live in that lane. You know, You can't fit in a regular office chair. You can't fit on it. How you expect to go in a little car?
She delusional like me, Mr. President.
I mean, just accept that, yes, you're above average in the weight class. And just act accordingly. If you don't like it, lose the weight.
Thank you.
I don't know who is speaking to her. I don't know what delusion she has in her head.
She delusional
Anybody
like
that
me.
looked at her, she is obese.
But look at the clothes that she wear. Look at the clothes that she wears. That tells you everything you need to know. In her mind, she thinks she's one size, and in reality, she's another. 3 weeks ago, when I went to the doctor, right, to get my blood. Excuse me, was it 3 weeks ago? The first time when I was off, went to the doctor, get my blood work done, and everything. I stepped on the scale, and it said 159 pounds. Well, when I went back last week for my follow-up and to get my results, the damn scale said 162 pounds. I said, the devil is a liar. I came home, me go up on the scale in my bathroom, it said 161. My husband is tearing up, laughing at me. He said, whatever you have in your mind, that ain't what it is, baby. You got to face reality. You got to face the truth of the situation. So yeah, we all are a little delulu to some degree. In my mind, you can't tell me, me on 125 pound like when he did meet me. I don't know where that extra 40 pound come from. But when he met me, I was 125 pounds. And in my head, that's what I am.
And that's your story and you're sticking to it.
Exactly. But the 162 ago, I tell the nurse in the office the thing wrong. I tell her that the scale not right, it's broken.
Yeah.
We all laughing.
I believe you. Yeah. I mean, they do say skills don't read properly in the afternoon.
No, they don't. Thank you. But it was in the morning. Yeah, it was in the morning. Close.
Men have been staying quiet about this for a long time.
Where's it?
Skills never lie.
Let's get back on track. You see, I was searching for the video Adesoji, and you made me stumble upon that one. And that's why I end up talking about it. You're no good. You are no good. No good. No bueno.
We need that soundtrack. Intro and outro.
You're too old. Leave the people them alone.
And this was you.
Go answer your call. That's what you need for do. You're too bad. All right. Next up. We spoke about we're done with them now. Yeah, it is time for stories on the international scene. Let me behave myself. All right, so excuse me, before I get into those stories, just a reminder, head on over to www.grantcoffeehouse.com and use the code CoffeeInTow20 to enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Again, that website, www.grantcoffeehouse.com. Use the code CoffeeInTow20 to enjoy 20% off all coffee products. If you are on YouTube, go ahead and go to the description below and click the link right there. And remember the code CoffeeInTow20 for your 20% off all coffee products. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone watching on YouTube Live, everyone listening on coffeeintow.com, QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com, and of course, a big thank you to everyone right here with me on Fanbase. And Fanbase, what up, Fanbase? What up? Stop the glitching, Fanbase. Stop the glitching. Okay. All right. So time for stories on the international scene. First up, African leaders call for ceasefire, direct talks with rebels amid escalating Congo conflict. Let me go ahead and pin the link here on YouTube. Bear with me one moment, and bada bing, bada boom. All right. So according to democracynow.org, article dated February 10, In Tanzania, leaders of Eastern and Southern African regional blocs called for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire in Eastern Congo as they met this weekend for an unprecedented joint summit. Veronica Nduva, the summit said the joint summit directed resumption of direct negotiations and dialogue with all state and non-state parties, military and non-military, including the M23. Also in attendance was Rwandan President Paul Kagame, who's come under mounting pressure over the presence of Rwandan troops in eastern Congo and Rwanda's backing of M23 rebels, though Kagame continues to deny any involvement. The UN says some 3,000 people were killed in just 1 week of fighting after rebels seized the key city of Goma in late January. Over 500,000 people have been displaced in eastern Congo in recent weeks, compounding an already severe humanitarian crisis. There have been widespread reports of SA. Should we be surprised that the Rwandan president, Paul Kagame, is not claiming any involvement? Why would he?
It will be not political nor economically expedient for him to do so. The reason is he's well aware that his claim to fame has been the stopping of a genocide in 1994. If he's now seen to be officially as an aggressor in any war outside there, it wipes away that veneer of respectability. That's one. Two, it stops the gravy train from being from continue when he gets over nearly $1 billion every year from illicit mining in Congo. Three is domestic. Domestic is the fact that if you've been accused of doing all of these things, then the reason and your claim to fame is you stopped a genocide from happening. You no longer have that kind of standing at home. And then fast forward, election time, you have no leg to stand on. So that's the reason why it's not wise for him to show his hand. And the final point is, if he's sanctioned, Rwanda as a country is cooked. I yield.
So, Mr. President, Paul Kagame, that's your boy. What are your thoughts?
Well, Kagame has definitely been selling minerals that can be linked to the Congo. But Kagame is in a position where he cannot deny M23 because M23 is part of him. As a Tutsi, as a man that was fighting the struggle, as somebody that was in exile and stuff like that, I am sure he has close links to them. So it's like your family, and you have to understand the how you call them, the Mararenge, the Tutsis that is domiciled in the Congo, and the Tutsis in Rwanda is families. The British just, when they shut up Africa, they just cut through the lines. So there's no way you will go as just siding against them. But at the same time, for political reasons, he cannot come out and say whether or not he's supporting them directly. He cannot come out and say he is. But I could guarantee he would never turn his back on them. So he's finding himself between a rock and a hard place where he has to balance. Even if, for whatever reasons, he is not directly involved with the M23, he will be labeled as being directly involved in the M23. And if, for instance, look at the Gaddafi situation and stuff. When you look at the amount of actors in the Congo, when you look at the preceding incidents coming up to that, you start to see, okay, you put in articles out as to how much stuff Rwanda is exporting and stuff like that. That was a preamble to this, yeah? Mm-hmm. Then when you look at Blinken travels to Angola, Biden, when you look at the, I think it's a little bit the rail from the
Lobito rail, which we have a story coming up, I think.
Coming from the Congo, coming from Angola all the way to the Congo. All these things, when you look at all of the reports coming out, they lend to the fact that even though Kagame is involved or not, He has a connection, and he will take the fall whether he benefiting the most or not. Either way, he can't get away from that. Now, once you do that, it frees up the role of the other actors because nobody else have mud on their face. You understand? Nobody else have mud on their face, and it opened a free reign for everybody else. For instance, why did NATO troops was in the Congo? You have over 200 and something Romanians. They are NATO soldiers. If they are there to help the UN to train the Congolese army, they are soldiers. Why is NATO there and why nobody said that? What happened to the other 100 groups that is in the Congo? They may not have been as organized or as powerful as the M23, but they are definitely supporting somebody's interest. And somebody's also buying the minerals from them. You understand? You negotiated with the M23 years ago. And part of the negotiation that was that they would be involved in, they would be protected, they would be able to consider citizens. Because the claim is that the Tutsis in the Congo is saying that they are not recognized as Congolese and they're being marginalized. Now, this conflict came up, and the president of the Congo insists that he is not negotiating with the Tutsis because they know terrorist organization. When they reform and in 2021 or so, they become active again. What happened between 2012, 2013, and 2021? How did the Congolese government try to secure the border with Rwanda? If you know Kagame is an actor, and everybody knows Kagame is selling the Congolese or coltan and so, right? Why haven't the Congolese government made a better effort to secure their border when the M23 put down their guns? So there is so much more questions than answers. But if you're in Paul Kagame's position, you're on the hot seat. And there is nothing he can do but try to manage it, try to avoid sanctions, try as much as possible, because he cannot deny M23. It's like you deny your own people. You cannot deny them. So he cannot deny M23. He cannot accept responsibility or accept that he has direct ties with them. Everybody know he's selling minerals that he's don't originate from Rwanda itself. So how do you balance up against that? And you have the interest of your country to look after too. Because anyhow, Rwanda is sanctioned or isolated. That's it. Because they even landlocked. So he's in a tough situation. But I think the Congo, we have to have control over the Congo as a country. And I don't see that as a democratic process. There has to be some where you go in and take control of the Congo, exile everybody that don't belong to the Congo, or at least take control of all the minerals living. And I know it's a huge place and a huge undertaking, but there has to be some kind of order in the Congo for anything to go forward. And Kagame, in a position where he just had to try to balance. He cannot do anything much more than he's doing right now, from my perspective.
All right. Thank you for that. Moving right along. So let me just go ahead and jump to this one. South Africa might bypass Black ownership rules for Musk. I'm a little confused as to what's the relationship between Musk and Ramaphosa. But anyway, or I should say Musk and South Africa. Should I be confused? I don't know. So I have two things here. One is an article from TikTok and another one here. So on TikTok, Julius Malema wrote on Twitter, rather, I really think you have entirely lost your left brain. A typical spoiled brat and a direct beneficiary of apartheid whiteness. I know Black people look like the same to you. Typical racist. Look closer and you will realize those are two different things. America is exposing us to its stupidity. I don't care about your sanctions. I will never stop fighting for Black people to be equal to white people. And if that makes me an international criminal, I'm proud to be one. And of course, Elon Musk had posted on X immediate sanctions for Malema and declaration of him as an international criminal. So that was Malema's response. How dare you wanting to be equal? All right. So according to semaphore.com, the South African government is considering ways for Elon Musk's companies to invest in the country without complying with the nation's Black empowerment rules. Three people with the who are familiar with the matter spoke with Semaphore. South Africa's government last year spoke to the billionaire about investing in his country of birth after Musk's satellite internet service Starlink approached the government about securing regulatory approval. Under the country's Black economic empowerment policy, introduced nearly 30 years ago to reduce apartheid era inequality, at least 30% of the South African operation of any Musk-owned company, such as Tesla or SpaceX, would have to be sold or donated to Black locals. Government officials have discussed allowing Musk's companies to sidestep these rules by using an equity equivalent option, such as social investment, according to the people. They said this approach, which could include free internet connection to government schools and police stations, was first touted after President Cyril Ramaphosa met with Musk on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in September. Officials in South Africa's telecommunications and trade and industry departments have discussed the options since the two met last year, according to one of the sources. The three people, two senior government officials and a prominent businessman who advises Ramaphosa's administration, spoke to Semaphore on condition of anonymity because they are not authorized to discuss the matter publicly. Well, as we know, tensions have risen between Washington and Pretoria in recent days, and US President Donald Trump signed an executive order last week freezing funding to South Africa over its new land expropriation law, which he and key ally Musk criticized. All right, why would Ramaphosa and his administration entertain the idea of sidestepping the 30% rule? Why?
I don't know. Excuse me. The great Chris Hani would be rolling in his grave right now to think what what they fought for is basically being filtered away on the basis of fear.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about them that you're afraid of? What?
Why do I think money was exchanged on the back end? Do you think money was exchanged on the back end?
Hopefully not. Because if that was good.
Didn't Cyril align with the MK party?
No, he didn't align with the MK party. He aligned with
not MK.
The DA.
DA, right?
Democratic Alliance, yes.
And the DA is who?
The DA are the former apartheid party.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so they could be behind that also.
So again, that's the thing. It's literally, that's what I'm saying, that this guy is literally filtering away all of that ANC power on the basis of, the only here's the bad thing. The reason why he didn't go into bed with MK and EFF was because those would have checked his power. You know the kind of thing Trump is going through in terms of having a criminal court, a case. That's also what Cyril Ramaphosa is going through. His own is corruption. He used to be a union man. Now he's a multimillionaire. So, and they say the taste of champagne is very alluring. So, adios.
But Malema speaks openly about his alleged corruption, right? So you could understand the tension there. So I could understand why he don't want to go with the EFF. But the fact that they went with the former apartheid government to form a majority, I mean, obviously you have to compromise. They're not doing it because they like him. So maybe that's a compromise.
Yeah, I mean, yes, compromise, but now you're compromising on the basis of what people would have to experience. First and foremost, in 1994, when apartheid was considered to have been dead and buried, you and I know that's not to be the case. The land issue came up. Prior to that, the land issue had been the thorny issue in negotiating apartheid away. But fast forward, they had the election. After the election, let's talk about the land. It was in talking about the land that Malema broke away from the ANC. He also had some issues. He was dipping in the pot. But then he stood 10 toes down with regards to the land thing. When Winnie Mandela died, that was at the burial ceremony. He also, Malema said it. Those that backstab you are here, mama. Just give us a sign, mama. You know, whatever that sign was. But fast forward to now, you're basically just saying, you know what, maybe they're right all along, because we really can't rule ourselves. Because if you do this, Starlink is not, oh God, I don't even want to talk about it. It's depressing. I yield.
What can I say? Listen, I don't know. What are they afraid of? That's the question, right? And we await an answer. And I'm sure the answer will come to us probably sooner than later. The truth will reveal itself, right? I just tagged something here. Let me see if I can find it back. Listen, hold on. TikTok, where are you? Oh, by the way, something just popped up. Hey, pray for us here in the States. Hold on, real quick. Let me play this.
You need to listen up. If you are a woman that has changed your name from your birth certificate, let's say through marriage, and you took your husband's name, you are no longer eligible to vote if this bill passes the Senate. It's already passed the House. So wake up. I am awake. 69 million women have changed their last name from their birth certificate and would be ineligible to vote. This bill also requires that you have to register to vote in person. Doesn't matter if you're elderly, disabled, doesn't matter.
I have 2 letters for everyone that voted in this election. You have just removed my voice. You have just silenced me. F you.
So, Moments, what news thing did you get that from?
Hold on, John. Let me go back over. Go ahead.
And take a breath. Just take a breath. Because you told me last week we don't have to stay here, right? You told me that last week.
You're damn right.
So
we don't have to.
Don't even let it bother you. Don't even let it bother you. We've been speaking about this for how long has this election cycle been? Actually, it's been from since Biden, when he left, okay? We've been speaking on the way certain people want America to look. So you know what? If that's the way they want it to look, give it to them. Give it to them. And those that don't have somewhere else to go, you need to start looking into it like immediately, like ASAP.
But that's not a feasible solution, though, Javin.
I know that.
Who can run would run, but would you say, what about those that have nowhere to go? Here they have to stay, you know.
What's that saying about the strongest will survive, or whatever that saying? How does that go, Adesoji? It's
Yeah, you're right.
It's it's laughable. It really is laughable when you think about it. But that's what they wanted. That's what people wanted.
They did say
these same books that they're trying to get rid of. It's going to hopefully allow more people to use their brain because now you don't have anything to read. So now you're really going to have to listen and hear what's being said because you have no distractions. You may not have any distractions. I yield.
They're coming after women's suffrage, women's right to vote. You heard me. There is a bill that has already passed the House of Representatives called the SAVE Act that within it restricts married women's ability to vote. How is that possible? Well, as part of the law, it requires that the name on your voter ID that you show when you go to the polls match that on your birth certificate. Now, when women get married in this country, the majority of them change their last name to that of their husbands. Their ID no longer matches what's on their birth certificate, their maiden name. Under this law, they would no longer be allowed to vote. Only their husband would be allowed to vote. There is nothing in the law currently that has any provision for name changes for marriage. And this honestly is straight out of Project 2025, where they want the man or the head of the household to have the one vote for the entire family. So this is the first step in attacking a woman's right to vote. As for taking away all of our voting rights, that can only be done via a constitutional amendment. The 19th Amendment gave us the right to vote, and the only way to permanently undo that would be another constitutional amendment. But what Congress is trying to do is make it as difficult as possible for as many women as possible to vote. So call your representatives, and importantly, call your senators, because it's already passed the House. You need to call your senators and say, hey, we do not support this. You cannot restrict a woman's right to vote just because she changed her name when she got married.
Patriots, they are trying to pass the SAVE Act. Actually, I believe they might have already passed it, which is taking.
You know,
wait moments.
Hold on a
I
second,
just pulled it up. We don't even need to struggle with this. Okay? Summary. It passed July of 2024. This bill requires individuals to provide documentary proof of U.S. citizenship in order to register to vote in federal elections. We already have that. Specifically, the bill prohibits states from accepting and processing an application to register to vote in a federal election unless the applicant presents documentary proof of U.S. citizenship. Further, it prohibits states from registering an individual to vote in a federal election unless at the time the individual applies to register to vote, the individual provides documentary proof of U.S. citizenship and requires state to establish an alternative process under which an applicant may submit other evidence to demonstrate U.S. citizenship. It does not say anything about changing your last name when you are married, anything like that. And I'm just reading it from the university, and I'm actually on congress.gov.
So, our street, go ahead. Somebody else wants to say something? Because this happened within the last 24 hours, Ja. Remember, any .gov website, they don't have to update. Remember, they have pulled back a lot of the websites because, that was from 2024. This happened in the past 24 hours.
So I will do my search. Go ahead with the show. I will do my search.
Thank you to everyone who voted for Donald Trump for president. I thank you. May God forgive you.
But we keep saying Trump. A lot of the stuff that is happening, okay, the executive actions, fine, and most of it the court would reverse, right? But passing of the laws, and it's not Trump.
But
it's all of them that supported him. And, Hey, yo.
Yeah, let's move on because my blood pressure go up. I mean, I have blood pressure problems. We don't have blood
Before
pressure
you
problems.
before you have to take you away from the blood pressure problems, this is exactly what they meant, is to get people angry so
Yes.
that you're not able to think. Sometimes
And I know that Sorry, let me turn this down. I'm so sorry.
sometimes when you read stuff like this, the most important thing is you read it in groups, you take a step back, you ask questions, and you think. Don't react. Reacting is in itself, sometimes in moments like this, is giving in to what is before you. So it's important to take a step back, just like Javed said. Sometimes just read further, take a step back, remove yourself from the situation, and regroup. That thing about women losing their rights to vote will not only impact you, it will impact people that look like them. There is something about people feeling when you slowly boil a frog. You've heard the expression. Initially, the frog will swim in the warm water, but once the water hots up, the frog will jump out. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of frogs on their side that will do some jumping. And here's the thing. Again, you had a country. It wasn't right from beginning. You had a chance to remake it. You took exception to the idea of reframing it in another way. Now you've broken it. And now you're going to confirm the fact that you've broken it. Because you know what? It's people like you that will take you on. I yield.
Thank you. African, we did this one already, right? Next up, IMF team expected in Ghana over discussions on economy. An International Monetary Fund team was expected in Accra from this weekend past, February 8, 2025, to hold crucial discussions with the government. Oh, before I forget, you brought up the Lobito corridor, and for more information about the Lobito corridor, there is an article pinned on the coffeeinto.com website. Where the tab there's more under the international news segment is the first story. You can head on over there, www.coffeeinto.com, to learn a little bit more about the Lobito corridor over there in Africa. All right, thank you. Back to this article. So the discussions will center on the economy and the 2025 budget, which sources say will be presented in Parliament in March 2025. Other issues on the agenda during the 5-day visit and meetings will be an assessment of progress made by the government on negotiations with external commercial creditors and the energy sector debts. In addition, the IMF would seek some clarity on the government's plans to deal with the country's energy situation and to talk about privatizing parts of the electricity company of Ghana's operations. According to Joy Business, the visit was not a review mission, but rather an engagement that would focus mainly on the economy and the 2025 budget. The IMF is expected to carry out the fourth review of Ghana's program later this year. The review will be based on fiscal data on the economy ending December 2024. If Ghana passes the test, the IMF will release another tranche of cash to the Bank of Ghana around June this year. As part of the assessment, the IMF will ensure that the 2025 budget is in line with the funds program with Ghana, particularly to improve revenue mobilization. Ghana's program with the IMF is centered on revenue mobilization and reducing the country's debt stock to sustainable levels. Any comments on this one?
Nice question. How does the IMF make money?
So they lend out so countries contribute to the IMF fund, right? and then they lend this money out to all the member countries who need it, and revenue comes from the interest that's paid when the
Right. So like a bank, right?
yeah, they operate like a
So
bank.
so if you as a bank, but you get to decide how your clients operate. You could tell them what to do, what not to do, how to do it. Why are you going to advise your clients in such a way that when they pay out this current loan, they wouldn't need you again, or any loan? So I don't know why we think the IMF is there to help. The IMF is like a hospital that needs sick people. You understand? So they will keep you sick because they have medication to sell to you. The IMF is not in the business of helping any country. And if we continue to go by the prescription of the IMF, look at the loans of the IMF, 30, 40 years. You know, most countries don't even get to pay all those loans. They have to renegotiate and renegotiate and renegotiate and interest and interest and interest. And the policies they're putting in place, not helping the average person. We should disband the IMF. Sorry, and the World Bank too.
I think we've echoed that sentiment several times here on Coffee and Joe, and we keep revisiting or making that statement. The more stories come to the forefront, especially when we talk about developing countries, right? Developing economies. What's with the
Go ahead,
eyes,
Adesoji.
Adesoji? What's with the eyes?
I find it how can I deep to phantom that you guys do not want to become part of the first world. You rather retain your developing country status. Come on. The reason we offer you these loans is you get to experience a bit of what it is we experience, in terms of your internet, crappy foods. You get to have heart disease like we do in the West, and no one guarantees that you have to be cured, should be celebratory. You should be, come on. You get to watch supermodels. You get to watch stuff like the halftime show at the Super Bowl. Some people never saw it before. So, yeah. I don't subscribe to the idea of, canceling the IMF. In fact,
So I just got kicked out of fan base. I do apologize to everyone listening online. QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com, and everyone here with me on YouTube Live. Let's see if we can get back into fan base. Bear with me one moment. Okay, I'm back.
I don't have a clue why government's still going to the IMF. Anybody else? Try anybody else. They can't be worse than the IMF. The IMF have, decades of track records. Not a single success story. I guarantee you, anybody else, at least you have the chance of probably getting one success story. Right now, the IMF have 0. So you can't do any worse than that. Right now, you're at rock bottom. You may as well start digging.
All right, next story. Let's head on over to Malia. Malian gold output falls 23% as new mining law pressures producers. Let's see what they have to say about this one. Oh boy. I tell you no. I'm drunk, but I'm no fool. But then again, according to benzinga.com, Mali's changes to the mining code are starting to impact its commodity production after the military-led government implemented changes that sought to increase royalties from 20% to 35%. Gold production decreased by 23% in 2024, reaching 51 metric tons. Reuters reported that per the country's ministry document, the number excludes Barrick Gold's December output. Following a tax dispute with the company, the situation escalated as the government detained 4 employees. Furthermore, they detained 4 of its employees, issued an arrest warrant for CEO Mark Bristow, and seized about 3 metric tons of gold worth around $245 million. Barrick responded by temporarily suspending its operation, which is the largest in the country and produces over 500,000 ounces annually. Bristow recently said, clarifying that Barrick remains committed to resolving the situation. We're making progress, not as fast as I would expect. Toronto-based leading global gold producer recently announced a significant boost in its reserves following a new assessment of Pakistan's Reko Diq project. Its global gold reserves increased by 17.4 million ounces, or 23%. For comparison, its Malian gold reserves include 7.2 million ounces of proven probable reserves, with an addition of 10 million measured and indicated and 1.2 million inferred. Australian Resolute Mining is another producer with a significant interest in the region, whose 2024 output in Mali attributed to 7.2 tons. Its Sayama mine is one of the company's 2 primary assets, contributing nearly 60% of its total gold output in 2023. However, the government's tax settlement demand of $162 million and the detention of its CEO, Terry Holohan, and 2 other senior officials caused a trading halt after shares cratered 40%. After being released and taking a 2-month personal leave, Holohan resigned. The only major producer who has found common ground with the Malian government so far is B2 Gold, which signed a new agreement last September. The Canadian company produced 13.7 tons in Mali in 2024, and its low-cost Fekola mine and has set an ambitious target of reaching 1 million ounces in 2025, mainly from improvements at the Fekola, but also from the start of production at the Goose Project in southwestern Nunavut, Canada. So, should Mali be concerned that production has slowed or decreased because they increased their royalties from 20% to 35%? I don't know where myself.
No. The flat answer to that is no. The value of gold holds no matter how long it stays in the ground. In fact, it's more valuable when it stays in the ground than when it comes out. So, no. Yeah. If you go, somebody else will come. It's like a relationship. You don't have to hang around in an abusive one. You can take a step and, call it quits.
That's the exact point I was going to make. Not only that, all the talk Barrick Gold talking about the suspend, they thought the government would have folded when they suspend operation and refused to pay the taxes they owe. Why did every other company pay up? Because they know there was abuse in the Malian economy. And what I would like to see is not the fact that production dropped. I would like to see the income that went to the government. How much did the government benefit compared to prior years, even with reducing production? And I could guarantee you, if they show us that part of the report, you would realize that Mali is better off this year, even at lower productions. But they wouldn't report it like that. There is a book that's called How to Lie with Statistics. Not them alone read it.
Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you for saying that. Come on now.
No, but we are not supposed to read said books. Black people don't read. You've forgotten the mantra?
What's wrong with him? Get him in line. Do we need to put him in the
Yeah.
back of the class?
I mean, come on, you can't be a smart Negro.
Shame on you, Mr. President. Shame on you. Come on now. Do better. Please do better. Next up, we head on over to New Zealand as they change their golden visas. I'm sorry, let me read that properly here. Let me behave myself. So, New Zealand changes golden visa to lure wealthy migrants. Lot of people them block me, them block the dolly on fortune.com. But you know what? More than one way to skin a cat, right? So you block me one way, we try another way to get the story. Listen, All right, let's see if we can grab it this way. So New Zealand has, thank you, Google. New Zealand has New Zealand has recently modified its Golden Visa program, simplifying the process and removing the English language requirement to attract wealthy immigrants, aiming to boost economic recovery by making it easier for investors to settle in the country. This includes offering two new investment categories: growth for higher risk investments and balanced for mixed risk options, allowing investors to choose based on their risk appetite. So, folks, you have your money and you want to go over there? Go along over there. All right, I finally got into JapanTimes.co. So, according to JapanTimes.co, New Zealand is simplifying its so-called Golden Visa program, including removing the English language requirement to attract wealthy immigrants and help spark an economic recovery. So, let me ask that question: is it that it's only English-speaking people are wealthy? Oh, stay focused. From April 1, the Active Investor Plus visa will be narrowed to, so effective April 1, for those of you who are listening and you're wealthy and you speak I'm sorry. You know what? Let me behave myself. I'm being very facetious. The English language requirement is being removed because they have finally recognized that not only English speaking people are wealthy. All right. Let me behave myself and do the right thing. I'm trying to get over the disturbing news that passed in the last 24 hours. So please bear with me. So they have now removed the English language requirement. There was a time in New Zealand you had to be able to speak or read English language. Okay.
When did they realize this? I know the place is down under, but
well, at least they're modern because they don't want the South African white community there. They don't want the Afrikaners there because they don't want them to bring their racist behavior there. So they're, come on.
But moments, how come when we lure people to come and invest in the Caribbean, we are tax havens and we are encouraging people to do nefarious things? But when it is in New Zealand, it's a gold visa program that is trying to lure wealthy investors. Explain to me.
What do you need me to explain? Just work with it. Come on, Mr. President. Do better. You know better. Do better.
That's the thing. They report all this change their gold visa programs to low people. First of all, they thought only English speaking people had money. Then they realized that's a minority of the people in the world. So no, they have to update the policy. But we're not saying they're trying to be tax haven. They're not trying to low all kind of people there. But when it's the Caribbean, oh my God, it's tax haven and you have to monitor these people and all this stuff like that. And countries are selling passports and doing this and doing that and doing the other. And New Zealand selling visas too. Oh, it's not a problem.
And I was going to take you with me, Mr. President. I was going to take you to New Zealand with me. But you know what? With that mindset and that behavior, I'm sorry, I can't take you. I'll just take Adesoji with me instead. Adesoji knows how to behave himself.
And I can speak English.
You speak multiple languages, right? So
I won't be swallowed.
From April 1, the Active Investor Plus visa will be narrowed to just two categories, while the scope of acceptable investments will be expanded. Immigration Minister Erica Stanford said Sunday in Auckland. As well as dropping the language test, other potential barriers to investment, such as the amount of time investors must stay in the country, will also be adjusted. So at Adesoji, we don't have to stay there long. We can, dip in and out, fly, or go enjoy the world, right?
Pause.
On
Dip
our
in
yacht,
and out.
on our yacht, of course. Our yacht, that is, we have another yacht behind it. The yacht that we had built in the Netherlands, and they had to dismantle the bridge so we could get it out.
Oh, okay.
That's the one we're going to be on Adesoji. Get ready.
Okay, so we're correct me if I'm mistaken. So we're dipping in and out.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Wow.
So listen. Come on now, Ja, don't hate on us. Don't hate on us. Don't hate us. Don't hate us. The Active Investor Plus visa was successful at luring rich individuals to New Zealand and raked in an average of New Zealand $1 billion or $570 million a year, but has languished after rule changes in late 2022. Just 43 applications have been fully approved since the adjustments were made, equating to New Zealand 545 million of nominated investment funds. All right. Yeah, so all right, pack your bags, Adesoji. We'll leave everyone else behind. Boy, it must be nice to be richy, to be wealthy. Let me put it the right way, because them only want you if you're wealthy. And in the meantime, while New Zealand is doing that, Saudi Arabia has restricted multiple entry visas for Nigeria and 13 other countries. Thank you, Joyce, for your comment on YouTube. We appreciate your comment. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so Saudi Arabia, according to VanguardNGR.com, Saudi Arabia has introduced new visa regulations that will impact travelers from 14 countries, restricting them to single entry visas valid for 30 days with no option for extension. The changes apply to tourists, business travelers, and those visiting family members, while excluding applicants for Hajj, Umrah, diplomatic, or residency visas. The new regulation targets travelers, or the new regulations rather, target travelers from the following nations. Take out your pens: Algeria, Bangladesh, Egypt, Ethiopia, India, Indonesia, Iraq, Jordan, Morocco, Nigeria, Pakistan, Sudan, Tunisia, and Yemen. Saudi authorities have cited the misuse. See, I don't know how to behave in herself. What's wrong with you? Behave yourselves, people. They say that they have cited the misuse of multiple entry visas as a key reason for the policy shift, noting that some travelers used long term visas to stay in the country illegally or participate in Hajj without proper authorization. The Saudi government regulates Hajj attendance through a fixed quota per country, and unauthorized pilgrims have contributed to overcrowding issues. Who are the people we call pilgrims, Adesoji?
The pilgrims will be those who, when you look at the picture of Mecca, you see people dressed in white and they go around and they travel around. So normally you will expect those people to come in for, the Hajj, as I understand, is 2 weeks, 14 days. Umrah can be between 24 hours and a week. Beyond that, essentially what they're saying is, come on, pack your bags and go home. So, so don't get too comfy here.
Get it? Get out. Well, officials have described the suspension of multiple entry visas as a temporary measure, but have not provided a specific timeline for its review. The government plans to assess the impact of the new regulations before making further decisions. Travelers from affected nations are advised to apply for their single entry visas well in advance of their trips and to comply strictly with the new regulations to avoid penalties or travel disruptions. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has reiterated the importance of adherence to these new guidelines and urged travelers to stay updated through official government channels. Go right ahead, Adesoji.
Yeah. I didn't know you were gonna read that part where you have to adhere to their rules. Don't think you're gonna. In the West, they'll probably put you in prison and toss you
Send you
back.
to Guantanamo Bay, bro.
Yeah, but these people will walk you to death. So please don't. Nah.
All right, next up, Scotland. You're up. Okay, let's see what they have to say. According to independent.co.uk, um, Scottish salmon industry. What's going on there? Misleading consumers on death rates, sea lice, and chemicals? That's according to activists. All right, let's get into this article. Scottish salmon companies are being accused of employing greenwashing tactics to cover up death rates, sea lice, and chemical use, according to an investigation into the industry. Supermarkets, including Tesco's, is it Sainsbury or Sainsbury? How do you pronounce it over there, Adesoji?
It's Sainsbury's.
Sainsbury's. Okay, so I was right.
Sainsbury's.
Yeah, so I was right. Thank you. First one. So Tesco, Sainsbury's, and Waitrose, Michelin-starred restaurants, and even the royal family are all understood to buy the fish from Scotland's 7 salmon farms. How dare they feed King Charles III with tainted salmon? But anyway, the products are marketed as premium based on high welfare standards. But it's claimed that instead salmon commonly suffer grotesque deformities or disease, while the use of antiseptics and pesticides is damaging the environment. Oh no. The salmon giants deny greenwashing, insisting that their fish are healthy and the industry is highly regulated. Footage was secretly captured at 2 salmon farms, one owned by Maui and one by Loch Duart. The charity Wild Fish, which obtained the videos, said they showed bad ulcers on fishes' bodies, jaw and spinal deformities, snout and jaw erosion, and mutilation between fish. Oh my gosh. Wow. The group's report, The Reality Gap, an examination of Scottish farm salmon, compared marketing used by the 7 Scottish salmon farming companies with death rates, sea lice levels, and chemical use, and found that the companies fail to adequately protect both the welfare of fish and the environment. The reports say that in 2023, Scottish salmon farms registered a record premature death toll of around 17.4 million. Wow. Maui, the world's largest salmon giant, which has supplied Tesco and Sainsbury, reportedly 4.7 million of those deaths, and the report lists more than 10 diseases found among its fish. Maui, which has a royal warrant, has since followed its invasion-based site where the filming took place. So, Adesoji, what are you all doing over there in the United Kingdom?
Yes. Again, it shows that we not only have food standards authorities, but we also have people who take it upon themselves to ensure that anything that we ingest, either liquid or solid, meets the appropriate standards. Unlike some other parts of the world, where basically, if they're not heisting eggs,
you know what? You're gonna love it.
But seriously, that company there has been the subject of investigation, I think 3 times now. The fact that this video made it out shows that that group has been very determined about exposing them. I mean, here you're even that paper you're reading. If you want to read any left-leaning stories, you go to the Independent. That is where capitalism is exposed.
So you're saying it's a good source.
Yes. Oh my God, that paper right there, chef kiss. They don't joke with journalism. The others, oh my God.
You like the Defiant, don't you?
Yeah, the Defiance.
You're a rebel like myself, yeah.
Yes. So Independent. So if you want to read rebellious articles about the United Kingdom, you go into the Guardian, you go into the Independent, and what's the other one? The other one is behind the paywall, but it's also very good. It's called Byline Times. It's brilliant. That one is old journalists who have retired, right? And they do it as their service to community. So the £4 a month that you pay to them is what keeps the newspaper going. So you can either have it as solid newspapers, as in your print, or you can have it online. But chef kiss, the journalism there is peak. So back to the story itself.
Yes.
There is a standard, there's food standards that have to be met. People have warned about the kind of fish they get from these farms. Because, yes, you're farming in the open. Up to an extent and not be transferred into a larger pen. But we found that this company has been bending the rules. So until now, we didn't really have the evidence. But now that they have the evidence, you can be rest assured that they will come down on them like a ton of bricks. Because the last thing we want is anybody falling ill from eating anything in His Majesty's kingdom. So, I yield. Did I say something? She's gone.
Yeah, she's gone for the moment.
Excuse the pun.
On that whole story also too, one of the concerns has been, because I'm not sure, I didn't hear the full story when Moments read it, is that the farm salmon has been sometime escaping and contaminating the gene pool of the wild indigenous salmon. And that is causing a problem because the resilience and so of the farm salmon right now is not too good. And when they contaminate the gene pool, nobody knows what will happen to the longevity of the wild indigenous salmon. So that has been a very, very serious issue in that field there. With not just this farm, but a couple of them. And they're even looking at disbanding. But the thing is that these farms bring in so much money. To get rid of them now would be a tall order.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for carrying the conversation. Go ahead, Adesoji.
And also, I mean, to buttress the point Mr. President made, is that not only would you, excuse me, be devoiding that area of economy, what you also will be doing inadvertently is increasing the price of that fish, because it means people now have to go out and get the fish from the wild environment. And the last thing we do in the United Kingdom is to make sure food is taken off the plates of people and make it an exclusive preserve of the nobles. You know, so
I can't stand him in a jar. I cannot stand him. I'm just concerned. I'm just utterly concerned about the well-being of His Majesty and the entire monarchy. I wouldn't want to know that because of tainted food, anything happens to him.
Be rest assured. Be rest assured, His Majesty is well taken care of. And it also goes to show you that His Majesty eats what his locals does eat as well. So it is, yeah, exactly. So
I want receipts for that.
We share a similar palate.
So you don't trust what Adesoji is saying?
Yep.
I'll take Adesoji's word for it.
Well,
he has his own moat, and he has his own salmon and everything else growing in the backyard.
Well, just looking out the window, Big Ben says it's about 15 minutes to the hour.
Call it 14 minutes before the top of the hour. Jai, you're going to behave yourself. Man, it's your turn for going to audience today. No, yesterday we put the gentleman. Lord have mercy.
What?
You messing around with King Charles?
I have been excellent today. Okay, excellent.
King Charles is one of us. He advocates for the people.
Yes, Mama. Yes,
She's
yes,
not
yes.
Mama.
Like the just a quick quip. When Her Majesty celebrated her 60th anniversary on the throne, and they asked him to give the royal tribute. Oh my God, he was cringing. The woman was standing there with her bag. Guess what he called her? Mummy. You should see the woman's face. The woman's face like, I think we're too grown for that.
Well, hold on, Ja. Isn't Antigua still a part of the Commonwealth?
It is.
Okay, so I would implore you to conduct yourself accordingly. Govern yourself accordingly.
Especially since I'm trying to acquire citizenship. So yeah.
Exactly. There you go. Fall in line. Don't you ever let this happen again. Jamaica's still a part of the monarchy. So have to be of yourself, okay? We must. As long as you're from a country that's a part of the monarchy.
That is why we allow Adesoji to come and speak with us every single day and expand the history of said country.
Hello.
Thank you, Adesoji.
Long live the king.
To do what?
Long live the king.
Long may he rule over us.
Next up, it's time for a Black History moment before we have to wrap up our on-air stream. And to everyone listening, excuse me, to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, and MadMusicHouse.com, we invite you to join us on YouTube Live, Coffee Into Live on YouTube, rather. And don't forget to subscribe. The show continues there at the top of the hour. All right, so Black History Month moment, Black Excellence. Josiah Henson, aka Uncle Tom. So I didn't get a chance to do a deep dive into this. I came across this video, found it rather interesting on TikTok, and I said, let me play it and let me get the feedback if she is right, yes or no. So let's go ahead and take a listen.
What if I told you that Uncle Tom was never supposed to be an insult? In fact, the real life man behind the name, Josiah Henson, was a freedom fighter who helped over 200 enslaved people escape. Let's set this record straight. Josiah Henson was born in 1789 in Maryland. He endured brutal treatment. He saw his dad get beat and sold away, and he was forced into back-breaking labor. But even through all this, he still had one goal: freedom. In 1830, Henson escaped slavery with his wife and children. They traveled over 600 miles on foot to Canada. Once free, he didn't stop. He founded the Dawn Settlement, which was a thriving community for free Black people. And he also built a school to educate former slaves. But here's where history twists the truth. In 1852, Harriet Beecher Stowe, she wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin, which was a novel inspired by Henson's real-life journey. The book was meant to expose the horrors of slavery. And in the original story, Uncle Tom was a brave, selfless hero who protected others, refused to betray his fellow slaves, and even died resisting his enslaver. But over time, racist minstrel shows distorted the character, turning Uncle Tom into a weak, submissive figure, someone who just accepted his oppression. And that's how Uncle Tom became an insult. But the truth? Henson was anything but weak. He was a leader, an abolitionist, and a man who risked his life to help over 200 enslaved people escape to freedom. He built a future for his people when all the world wanted to do was erase them. It's time to reclaim his name. Uncle Tom was not a traitor. He was a hero. Say his name, Josiah Henson. What if I told you that Uncle Tom?
Yeah, so while that was playing, first hearing about this one, the story behind Uncle Tom. Okay, you always hear the term Uncle Tom being thrown around loosely, and it has a negative connotation or a negative ring to it. So found it rather interesting. So I hear me, Dre, you're killing me. So I went on Google, and according to wikipedia.org, Josiah Henson, born June 15, 1789, and May 5th, to May 5th, 1883, was an author, abolitionist, and minister. Born into slavery in Port Tobacco, Charles County, Maryland, he escaped to Upper Canada, now Ontario, in 1830, and founded a settlement and laborers' school for other fugitive slaves at Dawn near Dresden in Kent County, Upper Canada of Ontario. So Henson's autobiography, The Life of Josiah Henson, formerly a slave, now an inhabitant of Canada, was narrated by himself, 1849, is believed to have inspired the title character of Harriet Beecher Stowe's 1852 novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Early life. Josiah Henson was born on a farm near Port Tobacco, Charles County, Maryland, on a plantation owned by Francis Newman, where Henson experienced slave atrocities. Henson's father was enslaved by Francis Newman, whereas Josiah Henson, his mother, and his siblings were enslaved by Dr. Josiah McPherson. When he was a boy, his father was punished for standing up to a slave overseer, for which he received 100 lashes. In addition, his right ear was nailed to the whipping post and then cut off. His father was sold away to Alabama. Josiah Henson experienced hardships and sufferings at the hands of his masters as well, including having his arms broken and an injury to his back. Following his family's master's death, young Josiah was separated from his mother, brothers, and sisters. At the slave auction, Henson's siblings were sold first. His mother was bought by Isaac Riley of Montgomery County, and when she pleaded to her new owner to purchase Josiah Henson, Riley responded by hitting and kicking her. Josiah Henson was sold to Adam Robb of Rockville, Montgomery County. Adam Robb encountered Isaac Riley and struck a deal, which resulted in Henson being sold to Riley and reunited with his mother. Josiah Henson became very ill. His mother pleaded with her owner, Isaac Riley, and Riley agreed to buy back Henson so she could at least have her youngest child with her, on the condition that he would work in the fields. Riley would not regret his decision, for Henson rose in his owner's esteem and was eventually entrusted as the supervisor of his master's farm, located in Montgomery County, Maryland, in what is now North Bethsaida. In 1825, Riley fell into economic ruin and was sued by a brother-in-law. Desperate, he begged Henson with tears in his eyes to promise to help him. Henson agreed. Riley told him that he needed to take his 18 slaves to his brother in Kentucky by foot. They arrived in Owensboro, Davis County, Kentucky in the middle of April 1825 at the plantation of Amos Riley. In September 1828, Henson returned to Maryland and attempted to buy his freedom from Riley with $350 he had saved, along with a note promising a further $100. Riley, however, added an extra zero to the paper, changing the promissory fee to $1,000. Soon after, Henson learned that Riley planned to sell him in New Orleans, Louisiana, separating him from his wife and 4 children. Henson became determined to escape to Canada and freedom. He took his wife and their children. Dre, you gotta behave yourself, you know. But sometimes I do question things, Dre. Dre said, but that is our Black History moment. The story about Josiah Henson, more popularly known as Uncle Tom, who became a refuge for slaves who had escaped from the United States after 1793, when Lieutenant Governor John Graves Simcoe passed an act to prevent the further introduction of slaves and limit the term of contracts for servitude within the province, rather. All right. And with that story, we go ahead and wrap up our internet radio live stream. We will be continuing on YouTube, as well as we're right here on Fanbase where the conversation happens. I invite you to join us either on YouTube or on Fanbase. Gonna take a quick break to do the wrap up. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. We have ended our internet radio live stream. Back with you, YouTube and Fanbase. It is now time for stories out of North America. I want to live in America. That's what they say, right? Is that the song that everyone still sings? You know? All right, first up, we're going to start off in Canada. We the North, beautiful Canada, maple country, maple syrup country, I should say. Let me say it right. So, in our first article, courtesy of MSN.com, Bank of America has... Remember yesterday we had about a story about Bank of America where they increased in 2024, they increased their CEO's pay package 21%. I saw it did go, and he is getting some
Yes.
ridiculous.
Yeah. Solomon and Jeremy had the rate increased, and I was going to have a discussion with them at the golf club yesterday, but he was in his jacuzzi with very beautiful lady.
You know what? Let's get into this. Story courtesy of MSN.com via Reuters. Sorry. Bank of America has agreed to buy a will I ever see this kind of money in my lifetime? To buy a $9 billion portfolio of residential mortgage loans from Toronto Dominion Bank. The figure I was talking about. And that's according to a source familiar with the matter when making a statement on Friday. And Toronto Dominion Bank, TD Bank, all right? TD did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The Canadian lender's CEO, Raymond Chun, had said at a banking conference in January that the bank would look at exiting some loan portfolios. In October last year, TD said it would focus on restructuring its balance sheet in fiscal 2025 after it pleaded guilty to violating a U.S. law aimed at preventing money laundering and agreed to pay a combined $3 billion in penalties. The lender, which had invested in its growth in the U.S. retail market, now must narrow its efforts to comply with the rare asset cap imposed by regulators. Its U.S. business has more than 1,100 branches and nearly 10 million customers, making it the 10th largest bank in the country. Wow. I didn't realize they had spread that much in the U.S. Yeah. But let me ask a question, because it's interesting that we're talking about regulators and impositions and, the regulatory body. What's the name of it here in the U.S.? The financial regulatory body?
If it's
FDIC.
FDIC. Yeah, it's been defunded though.
So I hope we as consumers understand what that means for us. What that means is now banks can do as they please with us. Financial institutions can do as they please with us. Credit card providers can do as they please with us. Meaning interest rates out the hoo-ha. Hey, overdraft fees, late payment fees, overdraft fees. God help us. God help us. No regulation whatsoever. Companies can do as they please. They can, you know what? Yeah, I am still live on YouTube.
The credit agencies can add back the medical loan debt.
Yes, and this is what the Biden administration and the Democrats wanted to continue to protect the most vulnerable, because most of the time it's a lot of overdraft fees, those millions and billions of dollars in overdraft fees are raked in off of the vulnerable. Yeah.
That was why I was gonna ask Jeremy how he got his new Ferrari, but again, his hands were full yesterday. So
banks make their money primarily off of those who are struggling to make ends meet and those who live paycheck to paycheck. Yeah. Because they know you're going to forget to do something. They know you're so overwhelmed with everything else going on. Folks, you have to say this here. Let me talk to you for a second. We have these smart devices in our hands at our disposal. We have to use them to our advantage to protect us. We have to look out for ourselves. We have to protect ourselves because nobody's going to do it for us. So get your bills together. Pay attention to your due dates. Put an alert in your phone, on your calendar, a couple days prior, so that you start to meet these due dates, right? You have to beat them, don't let them beat you. Now, if you're paid weekly or even bi-weekly, I'm going to strongly suggest you set up a system, a budgeting system. Do that. And every time so let us say your light bill is $400 for the month and you're paid weekly. Make sure every week you put $100 by your light bill. And just use that as an example. Right? Let us say you have a car payment and your car payment is $500 for the month. Make sure every week, depending on how the lender operates, but you should be able to make weekly payments, and you'd have made a payment in full prior to the due date or by the due date. You pay $125 a week. Break up your money, so you have to do it. It takes the burden off of you, because 9 times out of 10, when you say, you know what, let me keep the money there and me just pay it when it due, chances are something is going to happen and you end up dipping into that money. We have to discipline ourselves. Go right ahead.
When it comes to any type of note, though, make sure you have a conversation with that lender, because I've heard of people paying their car notes in that way, and then on the due date, they didn't make a payment and their cars were still towed.
Yes,
so
that's
you
what I
have to
said. Yeah.
you have to let them know how you plan to pay it, because if not, they will put it toward interest versus put it toward the principal.
Yes, it is important that, and thank you for reiterating that point, Jack. Very important. You want to know that if you do it like that, if you'll be okay. That's important. And if they say yes, go for it. Make it easier on yourself. Make it easier on yourself. Another thing I would recommend to folks, whenever you face any financial constraints, let us say you are in between jobs, or you didn't make enough this pay period because your employer did not grant you access to, or the opportunity to do overtime. There was no overtime available. And a lot of people depend on overtime to help to make up their salaries, their pay. If you didn't make as much in gratuities and tips, right? What you want to do is pick up that phone and reach out to your creditors. the people who extend you credit. Reach out to them. Please do not ignore it. Don't ignore it. Have conversation. Engage in conversation. Right? If you have been with a credit provider for a long time, let's say you're a credit card provider, you can take up the phone and call them and try to negotiate. I think we covered this last year. Try to negotiate for a lower interest rate. You may be able to go from 24.99% to 21.99%. Or you may be able to go from 21.99% to a lower percent. However, you want to see to it that you are meeting at least your monthly minimum monthly payments on time, right? These are things that you have to pay attention to, folks. We have to. And there's another thing. We have to know how to stay on crooked and cut straight. That is something old time people will say. Stay on crooked and cut straight. Tighten our belts. Live within our means. We cannot put our baskets where we can't reach it. Try to avoid using credit cards as much as possible. Use them for emergencies. If you can, I implore you to pay off what you use each month, because credit card companies depend on the interest that they're able to charge you when you carry a balance, right? Understand your billing cycle. All right? Please, let us do what we can to keep our coins as much as we can, because we are the ones feeling the pinch while they are, well, Bank of America, for example, they were able to pay their CEO, some $30 million plus last year for salary. Okay.
And also check into those level payments that some utility companies offer as well.
Yes. Yes. Pay attention, folks. No, but them now gonna do it for me, and they want us to be ignorant to the facts out there.
One other thing, and also be mindful of companies, banks, insurance firms that are in trouble. And the reason I say that is history does not only rhyme, it often repeats itself.
Yes.
When deregulation is removed, guess what happened? 2008, financial crisis. That is when I think it was who was the governor of the Federal Reserve, who was the president of the Federal Reserve, and the governor of the central bank, the Bank of England here, where they talked about light touch with regards to regulation. And we know where light got touch us. 2008. So we're back there together. We're back there again.
Pretty much. And that was when Obama won, right?
Yes.
He got a terrible economy.
Yep.
He got it, and he built it, fixed it, turned it around.
Yep.
Only for them to crash it again. And here we go again. Anyway, next up, Dan Gilbert is among sports owners who could be hit hardest by potential Trump taxes. So I'm laughing at this one because when I saw the article, I thought about Kendrick Lamar's performance. And I remember I said, they better be careful, Trump, go back to Washington and sign an executive order with regard to the Super Bowl. But anyway, let's get into this one. Quite unrelated. Let me behave myself. So according to cranescleveland.com, what is it with the people them today? Yesterday I had access. The people them are block me left, right, and center today. Listen.
Yes, we got it.
But I'll be like a German cockroach. But must find a way. One way or another.
Yeah.
All right, so I had to go to New York Post to get through The Trump administration is, so take this with a grain of salt. The Trump administration is floating a plan to end special tax benefits for billionaire sports owners who have a collective net worth of nearly $1 trillion. Could it be because things didn't pan out for the Chiefs and he didn't get the attention he should have got when he showed up at the Super Bowl? He was booed at the Super Bowl. I hope that's not the reason why he's doing this.
Anyway. He was not booed at the Super Bowl.
Yes, he was. He was.
He was.
No, I never heard a boo. All I heard was claps. They booed Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift, but they booed him every time he showed on the screen.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
When he walked out for the photo op with the
oh my God, you
with
could
the
hear the
first
booing
responders, right where he walked out, they were booing him. You traitor!
Oh man, I missed that. I gotta go back and
you could, we had the boo. We had the boo in England.
I missed that. Oh man.
Yeah, they went right where he walked out, right in front of the first responders. And a lot of people were very annoyed and angered that he would be posing with first responders. And I think there is an interview that was done, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's an interview that was done where the interviewer was asking him, you let out all these people, you pardoned the January 6 people who inflicted pain, causing great harm to first responders there in Washington. And here you are standing for a photo op with first responders. I mean, come on, isn't that hypocritical?
Yeah, but what about the ones who stood with him? Why not make a conscientious statement and say, no, you can't stand with next to you?
Hold on a second. AT, can you check your DM here on Fanbase? I sent it to you. I sent it to you on Fanbase. I had to take a screenshot to send it to you. So check Fanbase, your DM, AT. Yeah. So White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announced on Thursday that Trump intends to eliminate, well, he did this before he went to the Super Bowl, so let me behave myself, made the announcement on Thursday that Trump intends to eliminate all special tax breaks for billionaire sports team owners. I wonder what they did wrong. Come on, guys. What did they all do wrong? Oh, ouch.
Ask Mark Cuban.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Because he has changed his verbiage when it comes to the new guy.
Let's read on. Okay, this is sounding pretty good. So, while the exact details remain unclear, the proposal could make it harder for owners to take advantage of lucrative tax write-offs that have long cushioned their investments. The Post has sought comment from the White House. For the mega rich, owning a sports team has long been the ultimate trophy, a sign that they've made it to the major leagues of wealth. Oh, wow. You don't buy a sports team and hope to become wealthy. You are a wealthy person. And then you buy a sports team. That was what Eric Nemeth, a tax partner at Barnum Law Firm, told Bloomberg News. It's an elite club. One of the most significant tax advantages for team owners is the ability to depreciate their investments over 15 years. While depreciation deductions are common in many industries, such as manufacturing, where companies write down the value of the factory equipment, sports franchises have an unusual edge. What do they write down the value of? Ja, pray tell, the players?
The stadiums.
That's their assets.
Owners can write down intangible assets like, me not even did scroll down yet. Come on, let's talk about it. TV contracts and player rosters.
That's their assets. The players are their assets.
So NFL players, you see what you are?
Assets.
An asset.
And don't forget the stadiums as well. They mortgaged this, basically put a gun to the city's head, asked them to finance the building of a stadium, which they pay zero tax on.
Thank you. Thank you. So owners can write down intangible assets like TV contracts and player rosters, even though these assets often appreciate in value. Trump's proposal is unlikely to put existing owners on defense. Since Congress would struggle to apply the changes retroactively, the current roster of billionaire sports moguls is unlikely to take a major hit. Ah,
I wonder how the Dallas Cowboys head guy, can't think of his name right now, feels about all of this.
I mean, Jim Jones. Jim Jones will be crying in his milk.
take my
When
people with me.
when the young guy had kneeled during the
Colin
national
Kaepernick?
anthem, that if they didn't know they were assets before that, they knew then.
Take my people with me. Together we will. Oh, the song go. It's a long walk to freedom. That's all I can say.
And the irony is, Kendrick Lamar sang about it during the Super Bowl when he alluded to. Oh my God, the references in there.
Ooh, we have that coming up later on in the show. We gonna break it down properly. I finally have everything I need. But yes, the revolution was televised. Oh, they picked the right time, but the wrong guy.
But the wrong guy. Oh my God. Yeah.
Ooh, yes. Okay, let's get into the next story, shall we? IT unemployment rises to 5.7%. As guess who is taking the tech jobs? Oh, shh, it ain't the immigrants. Oh my gosh, look at this. AI is taking tech jobs. Didn't I call this last year? And I was told, don't worry about it. And I remember saying, well, we're going to have to find a way to coexist. And I was told we have to know how to pivot. Well, but we shall learn. So will AI be in the supermarket shopping? Will AI be in the malls shopping? Will AI be the ones ordering Amazon, placing those Amazon orders? Lord of mercy. Yeah, the real country coming out to me. I'm a country girl. The country behavior I come out to me. I'm not to about laugh at this point. According to the Wall Street Journal, WSJ.com, the unemployment rate in the information technology sector rose from 3.9% in December to 5.7% in January. Well above last month's overall jobless rate of 4%. In the latest sign of how automation and the increasing use of artificial intelligence are having a negative impact on the tech labor market. The number of unemployed IT workers rose from 98,000 in December to 152,000 last month. And this is according to a report from consulting firm Janko Associates based on data from the U.S. Department of Labor. The department on Friday said the economy added 143,000 jobs as the job market continued to chug along, though at a slower pace than in the prior 2 months. But don't worry, folks. We have jobs. Remember the jobs that the undocumented were taking away from you? We have those jobs ready for you. Yeah. As a matter of fact, we're going to have 30,000 of them, right? By when? You said Adesoji, either April or September?
The first window to apply will be April. And then management tells me you should be ready for the next intake, which will be September.
There you have it, folks. So not to worry. If you know, there is something for you to do. There is something for you to do. We're going to make sure you have something to do.
There'll be no idle hands.
Thank you. You said immigrants were taking your jobs. So Donald Trump did you all a favor, and he's seen to it that he's removing the immigrants that are taking the jobs that you all wanted. Get to it. Oh, next. John F. Kennedy International Airport launches a revolutionary $19 billion overhaul to transform global air travel further. Who are we transforming it for? AI? The robots? Because if people ain't got jobs, who gonna be flying? Who's gonna be going through the airports? I would say pump the brakes, JFK. I would wait at least 4 years before doing this. Maintain what you have. Maintain what you have. Because things not looking too favorable right now, But then again,
that airport is old.
You say it needs to be overhauled?
Oh my God, it needs to. I remember coming through the first time I came to the States. It's like, yeah, this looks like a dump.
Come on.
Sorry.
Come on. You know what? Stay your privileged self over there in the UK. Do not come over here, the greatest country on earth, the most powerful country on earth, with the most powerful president on earth, and come tap down pound with things. Stay over there in the UK. If you don't like with things, stay with party. They don't come
You see,
here.
even the people you stand with while you are reading out all that thing are wondering, what is she talking about?
For real though. The frackernackle is real.
Hey, yo, be able to sell. But I love it. I carry this country on my back proudly. You're not going to bash my country.
Except for about an hour and a half ago, right?
Exactly.
Listen, they make me emotional. They do some things. But we don't disown our children. We cuss our children. Yeah? We dog up a bit of them. Sometimes you feel like you want to disassociate from them. But we love them just the same. America, America.
Would this be a bumbleclad moment?
Jim, I'm still on YouTube. Like, you have to wait till we come off the live and then we can drop it. When we come off the live and drop it.
See, this is a classic example of you can pretend, and up to a point, you just gotta be yourself.
But the
I understand.
But you know what's interesting? It's interesting, but it's a cloth. The cloth, it's a cloth that is used to cover the waist down. So is it a curse word or is it not a curse word? It's a piece of clothing.
It's a piece of clothing, being described in local parlance that is obviously not of this place. But again, if you speak that kind of language, you'll be deemed an immigrant. So you can't win. Sorry.
Oh, by the way, yesterday clap back what AT give you in the chat at Adesoji. Don't come for the US because we will, unless we send for you. Check the clap back in the chat. Don't talk about us when you all ain't even the best.
You see, the United States reminds me of how can I say? That garden that you have, but from time to time you just let the tree grow and you just pop in there once in a while to see how they're getting on. That's it. So don't worry.
AT says, I've seen London, so be quiet, Adesoji.
Oh, you won't compare London to any part of the United States. You know old London. Even the old part of London.
You know, I'm gonna read the people that story. John F. Kennedy International Airport is undergoing a groundbreaking $19 billion transformation to redefine air travel and restore its global prestige. Thank you. Once celebrated as one of the world's finest airports, John F. Kennedy International Airport, JFK, has seen its reputation plummet in recent years. Complaints about outdated facilities, poor layout, and operational inefficiencies have led to its fall from grace, with many travelers now labeling it one of the worst airports globally, from lost luggage to flooded terminals. JFK's issues have tarnished its image, but a massive $19 billion will be spent to overall, and that is with an aim to turn things around. This ambitious project includes the construction of 2 brand new terminals, along with significant upgrades to existing infrastructure, promising a brighter future for New York's busiest airport. I only have one request, New York. JFK, that's where we landed, right? I think so. No, tell me. I just have one request. Can we have some carts or something, because the walking is too much? Too much at the airport. That's all I'm
Somewhat.
asking for. Some
Somewhat.
carts, some little cart. You know, the golf carts. We have golf carts at the airport here in Miami. I'm just asking for some golf carts in the airport
Oh,
up there in New York. You know, because
when
too
when
much
I
walking.
when I was saying it earlier that the place is, let me be nice, a shadow of itself. But you know that's euphemism for being a dump. But it's people were taking umbrage. I mean, you just read the article now. In the place,
Yeah. You don't need to double down. We heard it. We heard it. We're ready. We heard it. Oh my gosh.
Moments
Empty.
you have to request those services prior to arrival.
We don't have to request it here in Miami. You know, we see it, we wave it down, and we hop on and, carry on.
nor do you have to do that when you come to Heathrow or Gatwick, because it's common courtesy. Courtesy. That's the key word.
Yeah,
Courtesy.
I'm accustomed to the good life. Why should I have to request ahead of time?
In fact, you will be asked when you get to the gate, would you be requiring any further assistance, madam? Not like, hey, you come over here. It's like, what?
Even when the king travel, he has to request special things, right?
No, he doesn't. No.
Oh, he doesn't? We
Automatically it's
just
done.
know?
Yeah,
We just know?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then you have to make your presence known, Moment.
No, because you would ask us, when you're coming over here, what sort of assistance would you require? And then we'll give you a list. It's called the protocol list. And then we might need a car that meets us by the plane, but the king doesn't normally do that. He walks. You know what I'm saying? So,
Lord have
but
mercy.
no, you guys just screaming, oh, you. Yeah, you. Come.
Them not no manners. No manners whatsoever.
Completely none.
No home training. Them no like a bratopsy, as we say in Jamaica. No bratopsy. It is the bottom of the hour. All right. What else we have for you out of the segment? Stories out of North America. Trump. Oh Lord, have mercy. Trump. Trump wants Israel to Let me tell you something. Call me. What's she did name? Call me now. What's her name again? And the commercial used to come on a lot at nights or during talk shows in the daytime.
Sister Cleo.
Yes, RoSolo. Call me now. Who need a reading? Who need a reading? I have all heap a Bible. I have all heap a Bible, right? I have candle. I have one croton plant on my back patio and I can't bring up. I have some white rum and I have lighter. I have thing I can't take and wrap up my head. Call me now. Call me now, whoever need a reading. Listen to me. When me talk, remember I tell you, me not crazy, but something didn't feel right to me with a story we covered last week. And I am going to stand 10 toes down on my feelings. I have a feeling. You know, when Caribbean people say, my spirit not feel right, something not feel right, we're not usually wrong. Wherever there is smoke, there is fire. If something no goes, it nearly goes. I'm telling you all the little sayings we have in Jamaica. But I'm going to hang on to that one here. This next article. Trump wants Israel to cancel ceasefire. Cancel ceasefire if Hamas does not release hostages by Saturday. Hey, was it last week or the week before last week? He released the 2,000-pound bombs to Israel, and he said he released them. When he was questioned, he said they paid for them, they belong to them. Remember, those are the same 2,000-pound bombs that Biden had put a halt on. All right. Okay. According to usatoday.com, and I also have a TikTok video out of our TikTok Talk segment, which I will incorporate into this article and play along with this article. Oh boy. President Donald Trump issued an ultimatum to Hamas on Monday, saying Israel should cancel its ceasefire with the Palestinian group unless every hostage it holds is released by Saturday at noon. If the hostages aren't released, all hell is going to break out. In his words, Trump said, noting he is speaking for himself and Israel can override it. The president didn't specify what actions he might take, saying only that Hamas would find out what I mean. Israel went to war with Hamas after the group attacked the country on October 7, 2023, killing about 1,200 people and taking more than 250 hostages. That's their story. That's what they're sticking to, and that's what we're honoring, okay? A ceasefire deal reached last month was held for 3 weeks, but Hamas announced on Monday it would stop releasing hostages after accusing Israel of ceasefire violations. Oh boy. Hamas agreed to release 33 hostages in the first phase of the deal, which lasts 42 days. There are 17 hostages of that group who have yet to be released, and a total of 73 still being held in Gaza, some of whom Israel believes them dead. Israel has released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners as part of the ceasefire deal. My question is, where in Gaza do they have left to blow up? Because, and them still can't find them, right? Where exactly are these hostages? But anyway, let's go ahead and take a listen to this one. Oh, before I play it also, let's remember that more than 47,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza since Israel began its military offensive, according to the Strip's Hamas-run health authorities. All right. Trump said recently he wants the United States to own Gaza, permanently relocate the nearly 2 million Palestinians living there, and redevelop the land as the Riviera of the Middle East. And remember, we played that video where we heard him say it. And yes, in an interview with Fox News, he said Palestinians relocated from Gaza would have no right to return later.
I'm committed to buying, owning Gaza. As far as us rebuilding it, we may give it to other states in the Middle East to build sections of it. Other people may do it through our auspices, but we're committed to owning it, taking it, and making sure that Hamas doesn't move back. There's nothing to move back into. The place is a demolition site. It'll be, the remainder will be demolished. Everything's demolished. I mean, you can't live in those buildings right now. They're very unsafe. But we'll make it into a very good site for future development by somebody. We'll let other countries develop parts of it. It'll be beautiful.
Listen again.
Buying and owning Gaza. As far as us rebuilding it, we may give it to other states in the Middle East to build sections of it. Other people may do it through our auspices, but we're committed to owning it, taking it, and making sure that Hamas doesn't move back.
So, in other words, the entire Palestine is Hamas. Every Palestinian then is Hamas. Because if you're, you know what?
Just like every immigrant is a criminal.
You see the similarity? In an interview with Fox News, he said Palestinians relocated from Gaza would have no right to return later. This morning, excuse me, when I got up and I swiped to the swipe from left to right, yeah. There was a story that was there on Apple News, and it said it was along something along the lines of let me see if I can swipe back and find it. Where he said that if Egypt and Jordan didn't take them, the Palestinians, there'd be consequences. Let me see if I can find it back. Oh, Jesus. Lord have mercy, it's a foolishness here. Hegseth orders U.S. Army to restore name of Fort Bragg, Lord. Okay, see it here. Hold on, no, I line at the wrong one. May I pull up? I'm trying to find it back. But when I saw it, oh, by the way, Eric Adams thanks Justice Department for ordering dismissal of corruption charges. Lord have mercy, have mercy. May I say all I'm not supposed to say? No, I need to stay on track. Stay on track. Don't get sidetracked, girl. Don't get sidetracked. Where is the story? Where is the story? It's on Apple News. Apple News. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Lord of mercy. All right, I'm going to find it back so I can read it word for word. But now he's threatening other countries, saying that if they don't take them, there is penalty. What you call that behavior? How is that looked at on the international platform? In a diplomatic, what's the diplomatic term for that? Is there a diplomatic term for that? I'm not like nothing but I mean, hold on, let me go on Google because I know I didn't hit my head. I know I saw it, and I got kicked out of fan base. To my folks on YouTube Live, bear with me. Let me see if I can find back the fan base space. I got kicked out, and I didn't even realize I got kicked out of the space. Didn't realize I got kicked out of the space. My apologies. Go ahead. I'm trying to find this article.
Oh, okay.
Was it Jordan? Was it Jordan and
Egypt.
Egypt. Okay.
Yeah,
So you
yeah,
saw
yeah.
it too. Thank you,
Yeah.
Adesoji. So I'm not crazy. I'm not got.
No,
All right.
No,
Okay.
you're not. It's just that sometimes when you see statements from this guy, you sort of take a step back and just, I mean, even in that story, you know, the beginning where you read 1,200 were killed by Hamas. That statement should be revised. But unfortunately, for some reason, the Western media has decided, you know what, we're going to let that one lie. And the reason I say that is 4 days ago, Yoav Gallant, for those people who don't know, was the Israeli guy who was in charge of the military during that 14-month debacle, said, and I quote, "We gave them the Hannibal Directive," which was essentially that no Israeli should be taken alive. 29 Apache helicopters destroyed. That thing you see that they show that it was Hamas that day. No, it wasn't Hamas. It was they killing their own people. And so now the world has basically gone to pots on account of self-immolation. But whoa, self-immolation, look at what you made us do. The world must help us to punish you. I yield.
Okay, so President Trump on Monday, according to the New York Times.com, I found it another way. See, I'm not give up enough. I'm not give up. President Trump said on Monday that he could cut aid to Jordan and Egypt if they refused his demand to permanently take in most Palestinians from Gaza, substantially increasing the pressure on key allies in the region to back his audacious proposal to relocate the entire population of the territory in order to redevelop it. Fine, take them, redevelop it, and let them go back. Can we have them do that? Why is it that we're going to relocate them, redevelop it? But according to the article on USA Today, where it says that in an interview with Fox News, the Palestinians relocated would have no right to return later. That's not fair. So it is not good for them, but everybody else can have a piece of it, just not them.
No, the part where he says we will take it and we'll own it. That was the part that cracked me up. Like, you will take what and own what? There's an old Yoruba saying, which is, you don't go and take a hornet's nest and put it underneath your roof and live with it. That cohabitation is not going to work.
AT, you're right. You're absolutely right, AT. Some of them as dark as I am. I'm having a lot of feedback here. Not sure. I'm hearing a lot of feedback. I don't know if you guys are hearing it.
You hear it? It's almost like it's raining there.
Yeah, I don't know where it come from, but yeah. Oh, let me see if it will die down. I do apologize. Woo, because it's killing my air. Listen. Okay. Has it died down? Okay, it's not as though it died down. You know, So the president also said from the White House, according to NewYorkTimes.com, that if Hamas did not release all the remaining Israeli hostages by 12 o'clock on Saturday, the ceasefire agreement with Israel should be canceled. So you know what that means, right? You know what's going to happen, right? You know what Netanyahu is going to do, right?
They don't even have to wait till what's it called? You don't have to wait till Saturday. They violated it yesterday, so I don't know what you're waiting for. I mean, again, sometimes certain things have a sell-by date, and certain actions you take hasten said sell-by date. Maybe you're just hastening the demise of where you claim is your promised land. Let's watch. Let's watch. Interesting. Let's watch.
All right, my screen is frozen. I'm seeing someone, a blue hand up. I don't know who it is, because the only thing I'm able to see on my screen right now are the links, the top of my face, the top of AT hat, the top of James's head, and then at the very bottom, the blue hand lifted. I'm not sure whose hand is raised. Can someone please, if you're able to address it for me, address the person for me? Sorry. Go ahead, John.
It's Brian Reveal TV. It's a filmmaker. And you want to take it from there, John?
I'll put it in the chat.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Adesoji. Thank you, Ja. All right. So moving right along. That that's what it is. That's what it is. There's nothing for them to move back to, in Trump's words. We're gonna divvy it up so that other countries can help to rebuild it. But you know what? Hold on. Let me just play this one more time.
Committed to buying and owning.
Okay, I am committed. Listen carefully.
I'm committed to buying and owning.
I am committed. I'm committed. Who is the am? Who is the am?
Trump House.
Okay.
Yes. As far as us rebuilding it, we may give it to other states in the Middle East.
Okay, so I'm committed to owning it, but us. Who is the us?
To build sections of it. Other people may do it through our.
Who are the other people who may rebuild it through our auspices? Who are these other people?
Auspices, but we're committed to owning it, taking.
Oh, now we're committed to owning it, taking it,
and making sure that Hamas doesn't move back.
So we're making sure Hamas doesn't move back. Who is Hamas? And going back to the article again, in an interview with Fox News, he said Palestinians relocated from Gaza would have no right to return later.
There's nothing to move back into. The place is a demolition site. It'll be, the remainder will be demolished. Everything's demolished. I mean, you can't live in those buildings right now. But we'll make it into a very good site for future development by somebody. We'll let other countries develop parts of it. It'll be beautiful. I'm committed.
I'm done. I am so done. Whoops, so done. So done, so done. He says, no, they wouldn't, because they're going to have much better housing. Where are they going to have this much better housing? Where? No. Make it the Riviera of the Middle East and put them back there. They deserve it. For all that they've been through since how long?
1967.
No. Go back even further. Go ahead.
Okay, so 90, no. The ones that left, Gaza is 1967. The ones that left is 1948.
Thank you. That's where I needed to go back to. Say the year again.
So Gaza, 1967. The ones that left, 1948.
All right.
Moments. How are you going to build it up to put people back when you bombed it in the first place? Because you feel that these people don't deserve where they're living. Your mindset is not tying into the current mentality of the people that want the land. Not sure if you heard me, Moment.
I heard you.
Okay. How you build it up and put who back? No.
Not
they
them.
Bombed it for a reason.
But we knew
they bombed it for a reason. So why even ask to build it back up and put them back? They don't want them there. Period. They don't feel that they deserve land that was given to who?
No, here's the problem, Joe. The natural resources. Remember, offshore, it's beautiful beachfront, but beyond the beachfront property, there is what? Oil. That oil is enough to make the people of Palestine live. Everybody live good. Not just a few. Everybody would have everything they need. That's their milk and honey. But they're not supposed to have it. And that's the problem. Which other country in Africa? Was it in Africa the other day? No, hold on. Which country? Holy Isle. Jeez, was it last week or the week before last week we spoke about it? Lord have mercy, my head I go.
It's Equatorial Guinea.
Hey!
It's Equatorial Guinea.
You know what? Next. TikTok talk. Go ahead. Go right ahead before I start with the video then.
No, quick one. On the issue of you want to own it. They want to what's the word? Outsource blame. So they say other countries will take part of it. What they're hoping is some of these Arab countries will take it. And then you can't just blame Israel and the United States, you'll be able to point fingers to Egypt and Jordan as to allowing it to happen.
Guilty by association.
Yes. So when he says they're going to put the Palestinians in better housing, in Jordan, the population of Palestinians outstrip the population of Jordan by 2-1. So, and they've never gotten citizenship whilst in Jordan. So they live perpetually in a refugee camp. I don't know what he's talking about when he says those countries will take them. And the same thing applies in Egypt. They are also in refugee camps. So it's not going to work. It will not happen. In fact, let me choose my words carefully. That place is going to be a hotbed for anybody that decides it's going to go the way they think it will go. And it won't do that. Not the dynamics in there would set so many things up, because first and foremost, you have to understand that the population, the people, I'm not talking about the leaders now. Forget the leaders. The people know what time it is. The population know what time it is. The leaders, if they so much as blink and go the other way, okay. Arab Spring we saw. It's going to be an Arab torrent. I yield.
Here's what's going to happen at Adesoji. We're not going to see the repercussion of everything, or the repercussions of everything now. You say 10 to 15 years down the road, that's when you're going to see it. If I'm alive, mark my words. History repeats itself. Those who are affected, those who are inflicted, they will not forget. They're not going to forget.
They've already done a test run, and the test run was the bombing, the 2,000-pound bomb, and you saw the students got up. They tried to quieten down the students. They sacked some couple of professors. They've done all of that. What they're trying to do is set you up that you would agree or acquiesce quietly to the idea of a colonial settler project, a settler colonial project happening in 2025. Hey, woo!
Lord, we pray for peace here on earth. TikTok Talk. First up, co-hosts, takeaway from the Super Bowl 59. Who remembers Roman numerals from school? Did this in primary school. Lord, it's been so long ago. All right, let's take a listen to this one.
We do want to say congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Go Eagles!
Who beat the Pope out of the other team.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, they beat them. It was sad.
Yeah, it was just...
Now, I didn't watch.
Good for you.
Yeah. Didn't watch, no, because I was busy. But apparently a lot went on and people were just out of their minds. So why don't you all tell me what happened?
Okay, well, I won't tell you the parts of the game because it didn't end well for my team. But there was you would have loved some of the ads. There was a Nike ad. I think we have a clip.
You can't have any fun. You can't make demands. You can't keep score. You can't stand out. Whatever you do, you can't win. So win.
Stuffing my face with Super Bowl food. That ad actually made me want to take laps, but Nike always kills it. Do you remember those shirts? I think when I was growing up, they said you run like a girl, and on the back it was it doesn't mean what it used to. Yeah. I just felt so inspired by that commercial. So there was stuff like that, and I needed it. I was hurting through that game a little.
Well, yeah. Well, the All Women Sports Network will take care of all
I know.
that.
I was like, you're gonna love this
excited.
one. Yeah.
What about you, Anna?
Okay, well, I don't do sports. I don't do football, so I wasn't watching the game. But listen, I think today Donald Trump is going to sign an executive order banning black people from halftime.
Lord, sir.
Week we were talking about whether the NFL was capitulating to Trump by removing the term "end racism" from the end zone.
Yeah.
Boy, did they not capitulate to Trump. When I saw Samuel L. Jackson dressed as a black Uncle Sam, Kendrick Lamar, who then had like an entire formation of all black people making a U.S. flag. Listen, this much I know. All the black people on my feed were like, ooh, this is blackity black black. And all the racists who somehow get in, man, were they hopping mad. So if the racists are mad, I am happy as a clam. Celebration of New Orleans, and you can't celebrate New Orleans without celebrating black culture.
Yeah.
Welcome to Black History Month, you all.
Thoroughly enjoyed it because I did predict that the Eagles would win, as can be seen by my gloating outfit today.
Her subtle jacket.
My subtle jacket. I agree with Anna. I mean, with all these attacks on diversity, all these attacks on African Americans, it was so nice to see Black excellence and joy in front of the sitting president who decided for the first time to go to the Super Bowl. New Orleans.
I don't think he's ever going back.
I don't think he's going back. New Orleans, of course, is a predominantly Black city, very close to my heart, 55% Black. Then you have Kendrick Lamar. A lot of people said they didn't understand his performance. Guys, he's an award-winning, a Pulitzer Prize-winning musician and poet. Okay, so it was a many-layered performance. You've got Serena Williams crip walking. What I also really enjoyed about Kendrick's performance is it was performance art. If you really looked at it, it was multi-layered. Yes, he had people dressed in red, white, and blue, the colors of the flag. But he also had those people. He was standing in front of them because he's explaining that this is a divided country at this point. He also has them leaning to the side because this country was built on the backs of Black people. So it was a very multi-layered. And I also say this about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts proves he belongs in the upper echelon of any elite quarterback conversation. He's proven that. He was the MVP. What I also loved is Autumn Lockwood of the Eagles is the first Black female coach to win a Super Bowl. She's and then I also love seeing, my final thing, I'm sorry. I also love seeing Jalen Hurts, his Jordan Brand dropped an ad celebrating Jalen Hurts after his victory, aimed at all of his haters. Take a little look at this one.
Hate that you said he wasn't a top 10 quarterback? Hate that you said he couldn't throw the ball? Hate that he got over when push came to shove? Hate that he always say the right thing?
Money is nice, championships are better.
Hate that in your all-knowing, armchair wisdom, you were sure he'd come up short. Hate that you got it wrong?
How have we not talked about Drake? I don't know if Patrick Mahomes or Drake is having a worse morning today, but that halftime show ended him. Like, I was texting my mom trying to explain the Kendrick Lamar beef and Drake, and she didn't totally get it, but I think she's like Googling and getting up to speed today. It was perfect. Like, the subtlety and lack of subtlety, I really appreciated.
Yeah.
But my actual favorites, I don't follow football that much. So it's more that it's just this cultural moment and that it's hosted in New Orleans, that they had just kind of the jazzy rendition of America the Beautiful with two Louisiana natives, Trombone Shorty and Lauren Daigle. I thought this was so good, just beautiful. And then Lady Gaga performing on Bourbon Street before the show was just like perfect. And after everything the city's been through with the terrorist attack, I thought it was just like a beautiful moment. Finally, as a non-sports person, it was such a blowout by that last interception. And I think it was the third quarter. I wanted to be like, just give the Chiefs the ball. Like, just stop. It's just not fair. Like, let them make a point or whatever. Little League. They ran the score. We're going to stop here. But there was one, real quickly, takes 2 seconds, from Odebolt, Iowa, which has less than 1,000 people and has 0 stoplights. The Eagles rookie cornerback, Cooper DeJean, scored a touchdown on his 22nd birthday. Yeah.
All right. The next one, $18 million to get booed.
Well, well, well.
It appears that we didn't get our so-called propaganda commercials that little Alonia Muskrat paid for. Yes, honey, last week, Alonia Muskrat came out and said that he'd spent millions of dollars on some commercials that were going to be aired during the Super Bowl that were going to show us all the corruption that he has found. Yes, he said he found all kind of corruption with his little Doge committee and his little musketeers when they were rooting around committing espionage in the Treasury Department, the USAID Department, the Department of Education, and the Department of Veteran Affairs, and the Department of this, and the Department of that, and the Department of this. Whoo, baby, almost out of air when I have to say all these departments. But anyway, yes, he claimed that he had proof and he was going to show us on a bunch of commercials. But we never got those commercials. But what we did find out this week, that we have paid over $18 million for Daddy Dumpy Pants to attend the Super Bowl, honey. Yes, and he didn't even stay for the whole damn Super Bowl. He left during halftime, honey. Yes, $18 million of federal taxpayer money to shore up security so Daddy Dumpy Pants could come to a Super Bowl and then leave during halftime because nobody actually came to that Super Bowl to see Daddy. He likes to put himself in places where he don't belong. He needs the attention all the time, and he got there and he got booed, and we paid $18 million for that. Yes, we paid $18 million so we could watch Daddy get booed, only to have the Fox cut it from the feed, honey. But anyway, and we also found out that we've given Alonia Muskrat $7 million this week for him and his musketeers to commit their espionage. And we also found out that cockerhead cracker Klansman Petey Hegseth is asking for $50,000 for an emergency paint job to his home. Now, I'm not sure how a paint job is supposed to cost $50,000. What in the hell does he live in? I guess he's living in a damn mansion, baby, $50,000. I know a lot about painting, you see, because my life partner happens to be in that industry where he paints homes. And $50,000, that's a large home. And I don't know why it's an emergency that we must get it painted. What is that an emergency for? Meanwhile, we have servicemen and women here, there, and everywhere eating MREs and sleeping on the ground while Alonia Muskrat ordered a bunch of $4,000 mattresses to be brought to his office so they could get in K-holes and just fall the hell out on ketamine in their office. But anyway, you want to talk about government spending. Whew. Yeah, we didn't get those commercials. We didn't get that propaganda. I guess the truth.
Was that too much to take in all at once?
Not at all. It's very interesting to me that people are questioning or not able to discern what was spoken during that halftime show. Now, I know there are a lot of people that do not follow hip hop, but there were a lot of things said that spoke English to me. I didn't hear French. I didn't hear Spanish. I mean, the whole event took place on basically a gaming stage. And he's showing you that this world that we live in is a
Don't
game.
let it talk. Don't let it talk. It's coming up. We have it coming up. Don't let it talk, John. Don't let it talk. Hold on, panic.
Okay.
Yeah, we have it coming up. We have it coming up. Hold on. Don't let it out yet. We have it coming up in the segment. The Brew Entertainment News. We have it coming up. So don't let it out the bag yet. Yeah, don't give it away yet. Yeah. Hold on to that. Let's just stick to the $18 million to get booed.
I don't even understand why he was there. Let's go back to that, like you said. I don't understand why he was there. There was no reason for him to be there. He didn't want to fly down to Washington to have conversations with family members of that crash last week or the week before, right?
Because what is he going to go there and do?
What is he going to go there and do? So what did he go to the Super Bowl for? I yield.
It was the beignets. The beignets. I'm telling you.
Are they sweet or savory?
Both for 18 million. You can get it however you want it.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. And that concludes our TikTok Talk segment. Coming up now. Hey, Lord have mercy. It is now time for Business and Tech News brought to you by Grant Coffee House. Let's go ahead and play our clip. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. Pocket. Yeah, $18 million out of the pockets of taxpayers. It's time for Business and Tech News. Forgive me, YouTube, for not behaving myself. I'm a little out of character, as I always am, every day. Yeah, that's how we get through this thing called the news. Can't be too stoic now, can we? All right, first order of business in our Business and Tech segment. Oops, you see, when you play around a little bit too much, you end up being in places you have no business being in, right? All right. So I have two stories back to back. The first one is sending cash in the mail legal. Here's what the U.S. Postal Service has to say. And we also have the other one, gold, checks, and Confederate money. Postal Service supervisor pleads guilty to $300,000 in mail theft. So hang tight, folks. Let's go ahead and get through these two back to back. P.S. Mr. P.S. Okay, hold on 1 second. Need to do a typo correction here. All right, here we go. All right, so first article. People don't play with me. All right, here it is. First article, courtesy of recordnet.com. It's fairly common for people to think sending cash by U.S. mail is against the law, says the fact-checking website Snopes.com. Actually, mailing cash for legitimate purposes is legal, though mailings containing more than $500 cash must be sent by registered mail. That's according to the website of the U.S. Postal Service. Otherwise, all those birthday cards with $1 and $5 bills tucked inside them we received over the years from our grandparents and other relatives were evidence of crimes. Well, that was a joke, according to Snopes.com. But mailing cash is risky because the letter might become lost, stolen, or damaged, says the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. Customers should never send cash in the mail. Again, never send cash in the mail. Don't get snowed by holiday scams. Letter carriers can become targets for criminals looking to steal packages and mail. These are federal crimes. USPS workers assaulted, robbed while delivering mail in California. Sometimes the thief is a Postal Service employee. That was the case when a former USPS supervisor in Connecticut pleaded guilty last October to obstruction of mails linked to her having taken envelopes from the mail stream, removed cash and gift cards, resealed the envelopes, and returned them to the mail stream at another place. Postal inspectors ask anyone who thinks they've been a victim of mail theft to report it online. So, what alternative does USPS recommend? USPS recommends customers use money orders instead of cash or check when sending money by mail. USPS money orders never expire and can be bought at any post office location, the USPS website said. Your money order receipt will help you track your payment and show proof of value in case the money order gets lost, stolen, or damaged. Well, how much insurance can be acquired for cash sent by registered mail? Cash sent by registered mail can be insured in amounts up to $50,000. The USPS website made that statement, adding for amounts over $50,000, the full value must be declared, but the maximum insured value is $50,000. Who on God's earth is really going to be sending $50,000 in cash through the mail? But anyway, for other mail classes and services that are not registered mail, the maximum indemnity is $15 for currency, bullion, or negotiable items. It adds that negotiable items are defined as instruments that can be converted to cash without resort to forgery. USPS offers some tips to safeguard your mail. Use the letter slots inside your post office for your mail or hand it to a letter carrier. Pick up your mail promptly after delivery. Do not leave it in your mailbox overnight. If you're expecting checks, credit cards, or other negotiable items, ask a trusted friend or neighbor to pick up your mail. If you don't receive a check or other valuable mail you're expecting, contact the issuing agency immediately. If you change your address, immediately notify your post office and anyone with whom you do business via the mail. Also, tell your post office when you'll be out of town so they can hold your mail until you return. Another one, report all suspected mail theft to a postal inspector. All right. And there are other ways that you can protect yourselves. All right. But the number one thing, folks, when it comes to cash, please do not put it in the mail. All right. Please. I beg you, no, don't do that. All right. So the next article, gold checks and Confederate money. Let me tell you something now. It don't make sense for thief. It don't really make sense. The Postal Service supervisor pleads guilty to $300,000 in mail theft. Let's read this one. And this one is courtesy of Yahoo News. Oh yes, Adesoji. Yes. You have your program coming up at 3 o'clock. No? Isn't it 3 p.m. Eastern?
Yes, very much so. It's 3 p.m. Eastern.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
to, not to go and hold forth for the good brother.
Yes. 3 p.m. Eastern. So let's see if we can run through quickly so that we can join you on WAI.org for your show. Yes, we support one another. We definitely support each other. Okay, so where was I? So protect yourselves. Next up, gold checks and Confederate money. So a former U.S. Postal Service supervisor from Compton has admitted to being a serial mail thief, pilfering more than $300,000 worth of checks, gold, and collectible currency while on the job. Jovian Tijuana Hayes is 36 years old. She's from Compton. On Friday, she pleaded guilty to one count of theft of mail matter by a Postal Service employee and one count of unlawful transfer, possession, and use of means of identification, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office. From early last year until her arrest in December, Hayes, who was a supervisor at the Costa Mesa Post Office, stole checks from the mail and fraudulently deposited them in her own bank account by forging the payees' names. One of these checks was for more than $114,000. In total, she deposited checks worth around $284,000, as well as $3,000 worth of postal money orders that she also swiped from the mail. That's according to prosecutors. When searching her home last month, federal agents found a trove of gold coins and collectible currencies. Wow. Okay, young lady, that's a hard way to learn your lesson. Amazon to pay nearly 4 million. Whoa, Amazon. What is to get yourself in? What is this you get yourself in? We have a soundbite for this one. Let me go ahead and pull it up. And while this one is coming up, let me just let you know tomorrow in our business and tech segment brought to you by grantcoffeehouse.com for 20% off all coffee products. Head on over to grantcoffeehouse.com, or you can go to the shop page of coffeeintow.com and click the link for grantcoffeehouse.com and earn 20% off all coffee products at checkout. All you got to do is enter the code coffeeintow20. Again, the code is coffeeintow20. All right, let's go ahead and get to this one. Amazon to pay nearly $4 million to settle lawsuit alleging it took tips from drivers. Let's take a listen.
Settlement with delivery drivers over tips. The company says it will pay them $4 million to settle claims of using tip money to cover labor costs. The lawsuit was filed in Washington, D.C. in 2022. It claims Amazon misled consumers by telling them digital tips would go to some drivers. The company also paid $61.7 million to settle a case with the Federal Trade Commission.
Now, I didn't know that you could tip your Amazon driver. I didn't know that. That's news to me. Anyone else was aware of that?
Maybe it's the drivers that do groceries and other things when you use Amazon Prime.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the. Yeah. But that's wickedness, Amazon. And it catch up with you. And I hope you pay these people with interest. I sincerely hope they get a little interest on the money. Can you imagine a country that is a multi-billion-dollar country stealing from the people you need to sustain your company? I don't know. Wickedness can done. Greed is gonna. Them have a saying in Jamaica: craven, choke, puppy. You ever put on a plate of food in front of a litter of puppies, and the way they go at it, and you have the one or two that try to take over the whole bowl, and then you just see them belly swelling and swelling and swelling, and some of them turn over on their backs because them can't even walk. That's what's happening to us. That is what is happening to us. All right, next up, let's get into our sports segment. We don't have any health and science stories for today, but we will have health and science stories for you tomorrow. And of course, our health and science news segment is always brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. You want to go ahead and log on to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. So check us out tomorrow for our health and science news. We will have some things there for you. All right. In sports news, Dre sent this one over. Let me go ahead and remove this comment here. So Dre sent this article over, and it can be found on essentiallysports.com. Okay, don't play with me. Okay. Michael Johnson shuts Grand Slam track's door for Noah Lyles and Sha'Carri Richardson with a bold claim. Let me pin the link for this, or pin the title for this one on YouTube. So according to essentiallysports.com, okay, don't play with me, Essentially Sports. Remove the block. For years, track and field has struggled with visibility outside the Olympics. Even world champions like Noah Lyles have voiced frustrations over the sport's lack of major broadcasting deals. Now, Michael Johnson has changed everything with his efforts and groundbreaking media strategy. As GST got what it deserves, Johnson has made a bold statement for Noah Lyles, and Sha'Carri Richardson. His message? Well, Johnson recently appeared on Radio Row in New Orleans with Talk Sport. He shared all the details about his new venture, Grand Slam Track, and also made the bold claim that GST doesn't need anyone else. He stated, and I quote, "We don't need anyone else. We will take all of the fastest people, but we don't have to have them. Ultimately, we will get everyone. This is year one. This is where you want to be if you're a premier track and field athlete." Track legend made this statement ahead of his point that they have 48 challenges. And if athletes like Noah Lyles and Shakari Richardson want, they can. Michael Johnson further added, one of the things that Noah was rightly complaining about is the fact that outside the Olympics, it's hard for people to find this product, this sport, because it's not on network TV. It seems Noah Lyles' thoughts are shared by the bigger athletics community as well, since without viewership, it's pretty hard to get participation. Initially, when talks started about the GST and its sponsorship, bear with me one moment here. Okay. And its sponsorship, there was no broadcasting collaboration. Hence, Noah made a statement about the lack of a major broadcasting deal is what is keeping him away from GST. Reason for Richardson, as per the reports, Shakari Richardson was not happy with the money offered to her, recognizing it as somewhat unacceptable. I wish Dre was here to talk a little bit more about this. I'm not too familiar with what's going on here, the whole Grand Slam track and what's going on, with Michael Johnson, Noah Lyles, and Shakari Richardson. So, for those who are familiar, do what you will with that information. All right, next up. Believe it or not, a 15-year-old went to a Brooklyn parade. The NYPD wrongly accused him of a mass shooting. Oh boy. These wrongful accusations, right? Let's go ahead and jump into this story. And this article can be found on apnews.com. Camden Lee was leaving high school football practice in September when he saw the photograph splashed across the New York Police Department's social media accounts that would soon upend his life. In a crisp surveillance image, the 15-year-old stands alone in a hoodie and shorts, eyes cast down on a Brooklyn street. The pictured individual, police declared in an accompanying caption, had discharged a firearm at the West Indian American Day Parade, killing one person and wounding 4 others. I see the NYPD logo. I see me. I see suspect wanted for murder, Lee recalled. I couldn't believe what was happening. Then everything went blurry. In private, police backpedaled almost immediately. After meeting with Lee and his lawyer, they declined to bring charges, then quietly removed his photograph from their X and Instagram accounts. But guess what? They have not publicly acknowledged the retraction, ignoring the repeated pleas of Lee and his mother, who say their lives remain threatened by the falsehood. The family's search for answers has raised questions about the NYPD's policies for correcting misinformation at a time when the department is already facing scrutiny for other social media representations. So sue them. Sue them. Don't waste time. Sue them. Me not gonna argue with your brethren. You don't want to correct or publicly acknowledge the retraction. I'ma sue you for defamation of we call it character. Me not arguing about it. This is Siouxland. Oh, y'all didn't know? If you didn't know, welcome to Siouxland. We sue here for everything. And guess what? You win. Remember last year, was it the year before, we had the case where the woman sued because the instructions on the pasta box, I think it was for how to make macaroni and cheese in the microwave, was, in her opinion, the instructions weren't good enough. And she sued. She won. Sue them. Stop wasting time. Get to it. Come on. Coming up tomorrow in our Believe It or Not segment, a Georgia man discovers his stolen Rolls Royce in Mexico being driven by a famous singer. Don't ask me how it got there, but it got there. We'll talk about that tomorrow. All right. In our final segment, the Brew Entertainment News. We have a couple of TikTok videos. John, now you can talk. Let me just run through the videos and then we can talk. I'm going to try to wrap up at least by 1:45 so we can get ready for Adesoji's live radio show, WAI.org. he goes live at 3 p.m. Eastern, and we don't want to miss out. Always valuable information. I'm sorry.
I think you misquote the acronym.
Oh, say it again. It's WB
AI, right?
AI. Isn't that what I said?
No, all I heard was WAI.
Oh, WBAI. Somebody put it in the chat for me, please.
Yeah, it's WB. It's WBAI 99.5 FM New York radio.
Put it on the chat. Put it in the chat. Please, Adesoji. Someone let me stop making mistake and messing it up. All right. Okay. Entertainment time. First video is your time, Ja. Your time. The first one. I'm just gonna play all three. It was so layered. The nuance, the poise. And yes, J. Paul. Let me read J. Paul's comments in the chat real quick. Lettice's performance of the Black National Anthem has been overlooked. Please mention her beautiful performance that was groundbreaking. Also, the tackling of the dancer in the halftime show, waving the Palestinian and Sudan flags during the halftime show. I saw that on social media. I didn't even know that was happening because, of course, I told you I did not watch the Super Bowl. Everything is that I got about the Super Bowl is from TikTok. All right. Okay. First video. It was so layered. Let's get into it.
For those of you that said the halftime show performance was boring, that's because you expected a circus and Kendrick Lamar came out and gave you an art lesson. And I got notes, honey. So let's go through it together. We're going to start off with Samuel L. Jackson as Uncle Sam, and we are playing the Great American Game. And this is loading in the crowd. So it's like 86%, and it's loading, 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 loading. And we see this in the lights in the crowd. Next, this stage setup as a PlayStation controller, because we're all part of the American game. Hello, somebody. The next one is Samuel L. Jackson doing the keep the game in order and then going straight into the be humble, sit down. Hello. Okay. The revolution will be televised. You picked the right time, but the wrong guy. Okay. This went over some of y'all head. Okay. So this is a nod to Gil Scott-Heron in 1971. He explained that the revolution will not be televised in one of his songs, and basically explaining that the revolution will not be brought to you by the media, that the media is going to censor us and we're not going to have a voice. But Kendrick said the revolution will be televised. We're already starting off strong. We're starting off strong and then going straight into squabble up, squabble up, squabble up. You feel me? Okay, great. Okay. So, and then you know what? The black gloves that Kendrick was wearing, what I thought in my head was a nod to the Black Panthers. If you don't know, now you do. Google it if you're confused. Okay, the American flag being divided around Kendrick the entire time, completely divided down the middle, right? We know it's not down the middle, but that was the symbolism. Okay, while the white clothed dancers were making it up to the top of the stairs and in front of the formations, while the other colored dancers are walking down the steps, showing that there is a clear divide in the system. Correct? Okay, great. Moving on. The urban landscape of what was going on, people on light posts, people hanging out. Oh, you brought your homeboys. We know exactly what that meant. Next part, the white clothed people in the inner circles, and they were still standing while the other people dropped. This is a nod to police brutality. Hands up, don't shoot, but they shot anyway. Okay, we're getting it, right? We're getting it. Okay, great. Moving on, my page 2 notes, okay. Warning this way in the crowd. If you didn't see it, go back and run it back. Okay, Serena Williams, we loved this part because she came out to Crip Walk showing our culture, and it was right after A minor because we needed to diss Drake. We needed to do it one time for the one time and 2 times for the second time, okay? All right, next, the players being divided against each other. So did you notice there was a stark divide on either side and they were working towards the middle, but they kept going back across the line? Kendrick had these lyrics. They thought he was the government cheese, but now I can seize the government too. Hello, somebody. Okay, and then 40 acres and a mule. If you did not get this, oh, my Lanta. Go back and read your history books, but let me break it down for you just briefly. 40 acres and a mule was supposed to be provided to Black people at the end of slavery, and then that was supposed to help them rise up in the economy because they were already set back so much. But the government lied, showing that the government can make promises that they don't intend to keep. So when Kendrick said, 40 acres and a mule, this is bigger than the music, it's bigger than what he's even performing right now. He's trying to let us know. He's literally saying, hello, wake up. Okay. And then all the white clothed people around Kendrick in those boxes, and what they talk about? They ain't talking about nothing. Huh? They ain't talking about nothing. Okay. And then the next part. Let me see. Lord, I'm blessed. Holy Spirit, help me. Uncle Sam saying, do you know how to play the game? Is a direct nod to be nice and calm, nice and calm. We want you to be humble. We want you to sit down. We want you to just go on like nothing's going on, but it's going on, and we're seeing it. And then the ending with turn the TV off, turn the TV off. All right. It was a visual, mental, emotional, political masterpiece. And the ones who didn't get it are the ones that are not like us.
All right, next one. Kendrick is a true artist and activist. The Hanged Man. I missed this one because that young lady, she saved me having to watch it over and over again. But a lot of what she said, I picked up on. So I thank her for doing the work for me. This next one, I did not know the significance of this one. The Hanged Man, the fellow on the light post. Let's listen to this narrative.
I think so many people miss this, but if you look directly down at the shadow that is cast, that is very symbolic of the Hanged Man in tarot. Okay? That is 100% the hangman in tarot. There is something inevitable that will happen, and we are just in the delay, right? And that's kind of what the Hanged Man is all about, and that's what it represents in the tarot card deck. And I just don't think that people understand like how significant all this symbolism is, especially with this happening in New Orleans. You know, when like Rome was falling, they had people in domes fighting lions and stuff. And here they are, the NFL halftime show, and they're inside of Caesar's dome. And Caesar, you know, was a notorious dictator. But all the way to like the Luther song, the line where he drops like Roman numeral 7, baby. Like that's a Cleopatra reference. Like we are talking about like ancient, archival, spiritual, contextual like receipts. He is like giving an intersection to so many different things in form of artistic revolution. Like this type of symbolism is just incredible to me. I think so many people miss
All right,
it.
and then the third one I'm going to play Kendrick Easter eggs and subliminal messages. Let's listen to this one.
The thing with Kendrick Lamar is the more that you listen, the more that you'll hear. And the more that you watch, the more that you'll see. So I just rewatched the Super Bowl halftime show again, and there's so much shit in this. Let's talk about it. First, I want to point out that his entire Super Bowl stage is a PlayStation controller. And who owns PlayStation? Sony? Where's Drake signed to? Sony. So that's the very first button that he's pushing here. Samuel L. Jackson comes out as Uncle Sam, and he starts the game. He says, this is America's greatest game. But America's greatest game is actually on halftime. So that's not what he's talking about. Then opens with a clip.
All right, I'm going to pause it here because I think I'm going to get flagged. No, for because the sound in the background, or you know what? Sorry, let's go.
Song GNX standing on top of his GNX. This man said, you would not get the picture if I had to sit you for hours in front of the loop. Meaning some of you are just not going to get this. Followed by, started with nothing but government cheese, but now I can seize the government too. And then says the revolution's about to be televised. You picked the right time, but the wrong guy. And behind him, the crowd lights lit up, warning, wrong way. The background dancers are super important to this too because they're jumping out the GNX, all the different set colors. And then Kendrick goes into Squabble Up. and all of the sets kind of go into their own colors with their own people, and they get ready, and they look like they're about to fight. As he plays Squabble Up, they all stay in their own little sets, and they all squabble up together. They then all march into these lines on the stage, and it pops back to Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam says, this isn't what America wants. It's too loud, it's too reckless, and it's too ghetto, and he asked if Kendrick even knows how to play the game. The dancers then follow Kendrick up onto stage, surround him in the shape of the American flag. Kendrick is the only star on the stage, and he follows the rules, and he plays humble. Sit down. Be humble. But at the end of it, he says, hold up. And then he goes into DNA. And notice that all the sets behind him are now stepping together. I got loyalty. I got royalty inside my DNA. Dude is reminding himself who he is. He ends this little bit with, wish I was, hold up, instead of wish I was dead. Then this man plays Euphoria, and all the sets are still together in their own colors, but they're all marching in line, and they're all marching towards the same thing, kind of like they're marching into battle. He then says it's KDOT, the fireworks go off, and he transitions into a brand new song that he debuted on the Super Bowl. I could be wrong about that, correct me if I am, but I'm pretty sure it was just debuted at the Super Bowl for the first time, and it's called Man at the Garden. And notice how the background dancers are all posted up like they're on the corner rapping like back in the days in the streets. He's literally taking it back to what he knows. And then he transitions into Peekaboo. But Uncle Sam pops back in and says that, oh, I see you brought your homeboys, the old culture cheat code. And then he deducts one life away from Kendrick. Almost like if you get all your people together, you could lose a life. This is where the subliminal messaging gets so deep. And he is the king of Easter eggs, I shit you not. Because now he's showing you exactly what to do on each move. Now on the X button, so this is the first button he decided to push. And if you pay attention, he'll show you exactly what you should be doing when you're making these moves yourself, because he's calling out to everybody in this performance. But the first move he wants to make is on Drake, and he comes through, and as he's playing Peekaboo, he does the Hotline Bling dance. This is also where he teased Not Like Us by saying he wanted to make a move, but he didn't play it, as if he's choosing the right moves and when to make them. And right now is not the right time. Then says he's going to calm it down, and he goes over to the triangle button, and SZA and him perform their song Luther. Those lyrics say, better days coming for sure, and if it was up to me, I wouldn't give these nobodies no sympathy. And then we move over to the circle button. While they're all circling the circle with each other, the rest of the sets are marching towards the circle button. This is where Kendrick and SZA perform their song All the Stars that are missing from that flag when Kendrick was the only one up there. We're all the stars. Everyone that is watching this performance is all the stars. He's calling to you. That's when Uncle Sam pops back in and says, that's what America wants to see. It's nice and it's calm, and tells him not to mess this. And before he can say up, Kendrick starts playing the Not Like Us beat. He did his little bit with the girls, and they asked if he was really going to do it. And he said, 40 acres and a mule. This is bigger than the music. 40 acres and a mule is what they promised slaves after the Civil War. And then they tried to rig the game, but they can't fake influence, and smiled into the camera. And knowing Kendrick, he could be very influential. He then dragged Drake up and down New Orleans Super Bowl field, smiling straight into the camera when he said, say Drake. The crowd screamed A minor while he has a lowercase a on his chain, and the entire dancer spelled out minor. Then he brought out Serena Williams, and she was crip walking on Drake's grave. She's from Compton. She's Drake's ex. And her sister was also unalived in a drive-by shooting involving the Crips. Kendrick is literally saying it doesn't matter what's ever happened before. We got to come together right now. And he's using Serena Williams in multiple different ways to show that. He then brought out Mustard and played TVs off and turned off the TV on Drake's ass. The lights in the crowd behind him said game over. If you were to ask me, I'd say this is most likely a multiplayer game. It sit you for hours in front of that loop, and some of y'all still won't get this.
So, Geely, to answer your question, are these people new Kendrick listeners? Not necessarily. But what we're seeing is a lot of explaining is going on, because a lot of people could not understand. A lot of people don't understand the messaging they don't understand the message in the music. And what we find, even though people of color are not the predominant buyers of hip hop music, those who are the ones who indulge the most, who will spend the money on streaming, yada, 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 guess what? They like the beat, they like the rhythm, but they're not understanding the messages that are coming through. So you have a lot of them who are interpreting the song, the message, so that, hey, don't just, enjoy it, but understand what's truly being translated, what is being transmitted. That's why we have so many people, especially people who are not of color, doing the breakdown. Yeah. And some of them are telling you, you hear them talking about, oh, their parents liked it, but you like the performance, but they just couldn't understand what was this all about. It was a protest. Go ahead, Rastafari. Where you there?
It's not really anything more I need to add to it. Whoever those young ladies were broke it down very well. And like Jay Paul said, the entire Super Bowl, the people who sang, the performers, they did pay homage to Black History Month, and I did appreciate that part, especially when I hate saying, I gotta stop saying okay. Especially with what's going on in the world today, I think they paid homage to our culture and the history, and to give you little glimpses of how we need to move going forward. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that, Ja. Anybody else before we wrap up so we can get ready to tune in to Adesoji? And remember, we can check him out on WBAI.org. If you're up there in New York, it's 99.5 FM. Don't, go ahead and turn your dial. And I think if you're in New Jersey, you can pick him up too. Yeah, 99.5 FM. Black Star News. Black Star News. Yeah. It's an hour long. You don't want to miss it. But yeah, they did a good job, Ja, and we have so many more interpretations that are along the same lines. Yeah, it's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call.
It's a wake up call, and unfortunately, some politicians missed it on the other side. I don't know what side is it, right or left. I don't know where we at right now in this world, but
you know what?
A lot of it was missed.
The unfortunate thing, Ja, and I have to say this: both sides have the same qualities. Both sides have the same characters. And if we don't recognize that, we're blind. We're not paying attention. Both sides are playing us. Both sides are pitting us against each other in some way, shape, or form. And we have to recognize that. And this is why I keep saying we need to hold people accountable. We take the time to listen to what they have to say, right? We give them the opportunity to serve us. They are servants of the people. And somewhere along the line, it gets distorted. And somewhere along the line, we forget who we are. We don't hold ourselves accountable. We allow them to continue to do what they do. It's time for us to wake up. Wake the heck up. Wake up. Yeah. We have to. All right. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, because you're saying wake up when they're banning woke. It was just funny.
I didn't say woke. I said wake. What, they're going to ban wake too? We all got to wake up in the mornings, don't we? We open our eyes.
It means
yawn,
the same
stretch.
thing.
We open our eyes, we stretch, we yawn to expel, and we inhale and exhale, and we got to wake up. You see, woke is in the past. That's what they fail to realize. Woke is in the past.
Woke will never be in the past.
I woke up. It's in the past tense. If we listen, you gotta stay awake, folks. Why did the matter out of your eyes? Yeah. All right. That being said, let me go ahead and end the YouTube live. I want to say thank you to everyone who has subscribed to the YouTube channel for Coffee in Tow. Don't forget to like, share, comment. Yes, please help us to grow the channel. Help us to grow so we can get the word out there. It's time for change. It's time for a change from the run of the mill way of things being done, of how you get your news and all of that. So thank you once again. We will be back with you YouTube Live tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m., God willing. So I'll see you back here. All right. So Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.